A pleasant morning to all. A pleasant morning to all. We apologize for the delay. Anyway, welcome to the GPDP training of the economic, financial, and legal aspects of LNG projects. I am Angel Upagaba of the Gas Policy Development Project. This training is co-organized with the Department of Energy and the U.S. Department of Commerce's Commercial Law Development Program, or CLDP. We have a lot of topics to cover today, so we will get to the program without further ado. To give us his welcome remarks is Directorino Abad of the Department of Energy, Oil Industry Management Bureau. Directorino, you have the floor.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Of course, I would like to congratulate first our partner in this gas policy development program, the University of the Philippines Statistical Center Research Foundation Incorporated, and of course, our honorable experts from the U.S., our partners from of course, the Philippine government agencies, the USDS, CLDP, and most especially our representative from the U.S. Department of State, Mr. David Gable. We also have the Gas Policy Development Program Head, Dr. Risalinda De Leon, and our participants for today's training. Good morning to all of you. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this technical training jointly organized in partnership with GPDP, the Gas Policy Development Program Development Project, the U.S. Department of Commerce Commercial Law Development Program, the CLDP, and of course our Natural Gas Management Division from the Oil Industry Management Bureau of the Department of Energy. This training is part of the capacity development activity under the Gas Policy Development Program Project Part 2. This is actually a continuing technical assistance funded by the U.S. government following the successful implementation of GPDP-1. Well, the Philippine Department of Energy is privileged to receive this technical assistance, again, to provide us the necessary guidance in promoting importance of LNG to supplement the diminishing indigenous natural gas supply in the country, as shown by the supply restriction of our Malampaya gas to power resource. Developing LNG industry requires collaborative effort from the government and the private sector. But in my opinion, at the very least, when we are entertaining this entry of LNG supply, I think the first and foremost requirement would be how to establish the government regulatory framework, and the second part would be how to establish the standards. And these two twin requirements are the necessary ingredients for the private sector in its quest to be guided on how to approach investment in these LNG projects in our country. So what the GPDP 1 and GPDP 2 is all about that. The gas policy project requires the strengthening of that expertise and skills of the manpower, that is the government employees, knowing the necessary training and knowledge on how we can draft and issue proper regulatory framework, and at the same time guide the private sector as a start on how standards should be utilized and applied when they actually construct and even operate LNG projects. So today we are fortunate enough to have the United States LNG experts who will share to us their knowledge and experiences on LNG, specifically on the area of economic, financial, and legal considerations in this undertaking. We encourage, of course, everyone to take advantage of the opportunity to learn from these experiences and views and perspectives, and learn how to strategize on our setting, so that we will enable a natural gas industry that is guided by the proper, more or less based on international standards, regulatory framework, and standards. So in the end, we hope that the outcome of this training will give our participants a broader understanding on the legal, commercial, and technical aspect of LNG, and of course, this training will give us a hindsight and a perspective that allows us to even grow bigger, understand more, and in fact, along the lines, you will question more. So that encourages us to learn more, uh, and the trainings like this give us the opportunity uh, to exchange views and um, um, express our shortcomings, or likewise to more advanced uh, personnel of other countries who have gone through the same, more or less the same experience when they started the LNG projects in their country. Again, I wish to welcome all of you to our technical training, and may each one actively participate to attain the necessary questions, and of course, our uh, ultimate aim of making sure that everyone express their views and their questions. Thank you, and good morning to all of us.
Thank you very much, Director Abad, for starting our program on a high note. Now, to give his remarks is Mr. David Gamble. David Chip Gamble returned to U.S. Embassy Manila in September to serve as Counselor of Embassy for Economic Affairs. He was previously posted to Manila from 2007 to 2009, when he served as a Vice Consul and Deputy Chief of the Immigrant Visa Unit. His domestic assignments include Deputy Director and Acting Director of the Department of State's Office of Conventional Arms Threat Reduction and Director for Russia and Central Asia at the National Security Council in the current and previous administrations. His diplomatic postings include Afghanistan, Kazakhstan, Russia, the Philippines, and Poland. Before joining the Foreign Service, Chip was an Army officer with service in Korea and Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gamble.
Well, thank you very much for the kind introduction. Welcome, Assistant Secretary Polito and the rest of our Department of Energy colleagues, and most importantly, our Filipino colleagues that are here today, looking to make LNG future a better place in the Philippines. We are honored that you have joined us here today. As some of you know, today's LNG workshop and those to follow are possible with the help of U.S. Embassy Manila through a cooperative arrangement between the U.S. Department of State's Bureau of Energy Resources and the University of Philippines, titled the Gas Policy Development Project 2, GPDP 2. Today's workshop leaders are attorney advisors from the U.S. Department of Commerce's Commercial Law Development Program and are among the U.S. government's foremost experts on energy sector law and governance. The Department of State works with the CLDP to build capacity with partner countries across the globe and promote fair and transparent energy markets. The cooperation will support this ENR-led whole of government initiative, Asia Enhancing Development Growth Through Energy and Asia Edge, as well as a memorandum of agreement signed between ENR, Acting Assistant Secretary Virginia Palmer, and Secretary Alfonso Cusi on April 29th on the implementation of GPDP2. The first iteration of GPDP, which concluded December 2019, achieved great successes, including the publication of LNG Investor's Guide, which is helping qualified and responsible investors meet the requirements to build crucial energy infrastructure in the Philippines and to support the Philippines' energy security and move towards decarbonization. We are pleased to continue and deepen this cooperation in support of U.S.-Philippine economic and energy relationships. Thank you for your time and enjoy the workshop.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gamble, for that wonderful message. And we are delighted to have you in today's training. Lastly, may we have Dr. Rizalinda De Leon, Project Director of GPDP2. Dr. De Leon, you may now address the participants.
Thank you, Angelo. Good morning, Director Rina Abad, Assistant Director Rodela Romero, and our colleagues from the DOE, our partner agencies and government units in the Philippines, U.S. Embassy Counselor, Mr. David Gamble, as well as our colleagues from the U.S. Department of State and Commercial Law Development Program. A pleasant morning to all. There are many hurdles to navigate for a nascent LNG industry, such as in the case of the Philippines, and we need all the help we can get from seasoned practitioners. So we at GPDP are immensely grateful to our resource speakers today for devoting time to share with us their expertise and experiences from the U.S. LNG sector. So thank you, Mr. Kenyon Weaver, Professor Susan Sackman, Mr. Mohamed Badisi, and Ms. Sue Logan. We likewise thank our colleagues from CLDP, especially Sue, Mohamed, and Vania, for wonderfully helping us organize this training. We appreciate you all for being with us despite the huge time difference. Today's training on the economic, financial, and legal aspects of LNG projects aims to provide us with technical know-how and best practices as we all assume our respective roles in the development of our country's LNG industry. The topics today, such as the legal structuring and the financial requirements of privately financed LNG projects, gas to power utilization of LNG, domestic and international LNG markets, and LNG technology are all essential knowledge that will allow for the creation of sound and evidence-based legal and regulatory frameworks for our midstream and downstream natural gas sector. We hope that with today's training, we would develop not just a deeper understanding of the industry, but also an informed foresight that would help us adequately prepare for whatever difficulties we will face as we build our country's LNG sector. We thank you all for being here, and may each one of us have a fruitful day. Good morning.
Thank you, Dr. De Leon, for that inspiring message. Before we move on with the presentations, may we call on Engineer Carmelita Villanueva, Deputy Technical Director of GPDP, to provide us with a training overview. Ma'am Melit, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Angelu. Good morning, everyone. I'm grateful to everyone who accepted our invitation for this training. Basically, our goal is to engage most of the agencies and the LGU that are involved in LNG activities in the country and for this agency to benefit from the training program. As mentioned by Director Rino and Ma'am Rizelinda, it is an opportune moment to enrich ourselves with beneficial information and better understanding of the economic, financial, and legal aspect of the LNG projects from our revered colleagues from the US. There will be 4 presentations that will extensively tackle the natural gas usage, the LNG market, the LNG technology, and LNG project structures. These are some areas we believe that are critical as we develop regulations and policies to the LNG sector. At the end of the course, we hope the participants will have a better understanding of the following. One is the technical and commercial aspect of the LNG value chain. It's the end-to-end uh, activity of the LNG, domestic and international LNG markets and its emerging trends, primary usage of natural gas, focusing on gas to power utilization, and the legal structuring and financial requirements of privately financed projects. We hope that the knowledge acquired in this training will guide each of the government agencies and LGUs as they prepare their respective processes, codes, and standards related to the regulation of LNG, as well as the eventual drafting of the implementing rules and regulations of the natural gas bill. We hope you will find the knowledge to be shared with us today useful in fulfilling the roles of your respective agencies as well as the LGUs. May we all have a productive training discussion. Good morning to everyone. Magandang umaga po.
Thank you, Ma'am Melit, for giving us an overview of today's training. Before we move on to our first topic, we wish to acknowledge the following agencies with us today: the Department of Energy, DILG Bureau of Fire Protection, DENR Environmental Management Bureau, DOLE Bureau of Working Conditions, DOLE Quezon Provincial Office, DOH Batangas City Health Office, Batangas City Engineers Office, Marina, Senate Committee on Energy, and House Committee on Energy. Thank you very much for being with us today. Finally, just some quick reminders to all participants. If you have any questions to our resource speakers, you may post a question in our chat box. We will be reading your questions during our Q&A session, which will take place after 2 presentations. Kindly make sure to note to which speaker you are addressing your question. Alternatively, you may also take note of your question and press the raise hand icon during the Q&A session so we can call on you and you can ask your question directly. And lastly, we will be preparing certificates of attendance for the attendees of today's training. Kindly make sure that the name reflected here in Zoom are the same one you want to be reflected in your certificate. So for those who are joining us in their offices and are using or sharing one device, kindly provide your full names and affiliation in the chat box so we can include all of you in the attendance. Now, let me introduce our first speaker. Mr. Kenyon Weaver is a senior counsel at CLDP, where he works in energy initiatives. Prior to joining CLDP, Mr. Weaver was an attorney in the Almaty Sun and the Washington offices of the law firm that, where he worked order transactions in energy and natural resources, economics, and trade and corporate issues. Mr. Weaver received his JD from Georgetown University Law Center. He also holds a BA in Social Studies from Harvard University. Mr. Weaver will be discussing LNG, historical origins, and modern technology. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kenyon Weaver.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be with you here today, and I'm really excited to be the one that starts us off with our presentations. Thank you so much to everybody in the Philippines, at GPDP, at the Department of Energy, and all of the other departments, to Director Abad, to everyone. It's really a privilege to be here today. And I'm happy to get started. We're going to start off. My presentation is going to be on the historical origins of LNG and on modern technology. And the reason why is because when you look at the history of LNG, we're going to look at it at the lens of what was commercial at the time and where was the government? Where was the government agency? Where was the government regulator? We're going to talk a little bit about that. And then we're going to end with today. Where are we today? So, and I'm going to learn how to manage the remote PowerPoint, which I have not done before. So this is really exciting. Let's see if I can do this. Here we go. Oh, that's fantastic. Okay. So, all right. So what I'd like to do is break out the history of LNG into four sort of eras, or four timelines. The first, just testing the waters. And by that, I mean the shipping of LNG, right? LNG actually is even older than the 1950s. The first LNG quantities were almost actually more than a century ago in West Virginia. And the first commercial sort of quantities of LNG were created in the Midwest around Ohio for storage. And the reason why they did that is they didn't have underground caves, underground caverns that they could store the natural gas that they needed. So they liquefied it. That was in the 1940s, but it was the 1950s where the first shipment of LNG took place. And we'll talk about what went wrong, actually. After that, we'll go to going global, where the LNG trade expands first in the Mediterranean, the Atlantic, then to the Pacific, and including in the Indian Ocean as well, coming from the Middle East. The third part of our story, the third chapter, is LNG and deregulation and restructuring. So when a lot of the major consumers, the markets consuming that LNG, underwent a total restructuring, or a gradual but still total restructuring of their markets in both power and natural gas. How did LNG fit into that? And then fourth, we'll talk about finding a place in the energy transition and some of the essentially commercial technologies, the ways that are making LNG a viable option, and what are they for an increasingly carbon-constrained economy. So that's the frame, and we're going to look at what is it that was making LNG commercial, what was driving that, and where were the governments involved, right? And I hope that helps to set the stage for some of these presentations you're going to hear next on the project financing, on the global markets and what's driving the markets, on the types of LNG as a commodity and what's developing new opportunities for its supply. So here we go. This is remote. The remote works fantastic. All right, so natural gas, right? When it was first, when they were drilling everywhere, it used to be the thing you didn't want to find. A lot of times there was a requirement to do something with it. You just didn't want it. You wanted the crude oil. And until the 1950s, it really was not an option to do anything with natural gas except send it by pipeline, right, to large consumer markets, so cities and places like that. It really was not until the 1950s where you had a a Texas, or really a Gulf Coast oil and gas company, Continental Oil, and you had Union Stock Yards. Union Stock Yards was in the agriculture business, the food business. And the proposal was to liquefy the natural gas from sources in the Gulf Coast, from Louisiana and Mississippi, and to ship that up the Mississippi River to Chicago. Mississippi River goes all the way down. If you know the US geography, Mississippi goes all the way down from the Midwest, from Chicago, down to Louisiana and to our Gulf Coast. So they were going to ship it upriver. And the idea was that the natural gas, because it was so cold, it was so chilled, it was going to be used for food preservation. It was going to use to chill the food that Union Stockyards had. And meanwhile, the natural gas was going to be used for energy. And it was a commercially viable project, except our regulator for food safety said no. And they said, we don't know if the natural gas is going to contaminate the food in some way as it gets regasified. I'll tell you the truth, I don't know much more about the details of this particular project, as in where the natural gas was going to be regasified, that maybe it was going to get into the meat or the other foodstuffs. But now you know the piece of trivia that the first LNG shipment almost was for keeping food cold in addition to energy, but it was rejected by the Food Safety Agency in the United States. Still, Continental Oil decided to keep at it, and they decided to keep at it because the UK, the United Kingdom at the time, was transitioning from coal, right? It was, if you know about the history of the UK, they had these terrible choking smogs that were literally killing people in the city of London, and it was driven by the emissions from coal that they were burning. So they were looking for cleaner fuels. Natural gas was one, and this was before all of the major natural gas finds in the North Sea, right? Which is where the UK and Denmark and others were. Then they found that natural gas. They drilled it, they got it out, they drove their economies with it. But before that, the concept was bring the LNG from the US. And that's what they did. So they created a new ship, the Methane Pioneer. There is a picture of it. That's the very first ship, brought it over to the UK, and then had another sort of few more pilot shipments in the late 50s and early 60s, and basically proved that it was a commercially viable concept, right? After that, they actually built a ship specifically for LNG. So not one that was retrofitted, but one that was for the purpose of bringing LNG from point A to point B. Now, in this case, and this already tips it, or gives away sort of the clue. But the Methane Pioneer and the Methane Progress were the two. They were actually for bringing the methane from, this is the next part of our story, from the Mediterranean. And just give you a sense of just how small the ship was. It was about 1/10 of the capacity that today's largest ships are. Just how much the difference has happened over the last 60 plus years. And that takes us to the next chapter. So testing the waters, you had private industry looking at how can we make this commercially viable? And you had a government first that said no to the food safety, but then a government that set a policy for cleaner air. And that allowed an opportunity to ship the LNG to the UK. The success of that commercial trip meant that there were a number of now natural gas producing nations that could look at a potential demand, a consumer demand in Europe for them to supply through LNG shipped over the ocean. And so that started first in the Mediterranean and the Atlantic, and then across to the Pacific. And as Japan and Korea and Taiwan, these countries grew and their economies grew, they too were looking for alternatives to coal and simply to just satisfy the demand for energy. So at that time, what that LNG trade looked like was a real government-backed and sort of state-owned, entity-backed consumer market. It was the British Gas, right, BG. It was the Tokyo Electric and the big Japanese conglomerates with significant government support. These were what were driving the new global trade in the 1960s through the 1980s. And it was through these very long-term, because the consuming countries needed to ensure it, and of course it was necessary to develop that natural gas project. And it was typically oil-linked, although there were some contracts that had both a transportation fee and an oil-linked natural gas fee, almost kind of like a little bit like a capacity payment plus then the actual resource. So let's take a look. Here's another picture. This is the methane princess. Wanted to just show this is now again 27,000 or so cubic meters, whereas the Q-Max, the largest ship we have, is about 270,000 cubic meters. It began to bring also methane, LNG, over to parts of the United States on the East Coast that were far from our Gulf Coast natural gas sources. So we have a lot of pipelines that bring natural gas up from Texas and Louisiana to places like New York City, Boston, where I live in Washington, D.C. But in addition, those cities like Boston were looking for natural gas from other sources. And one of them was from Algeria, actually, into Boston. The first LNG export facility, Algeria in 1964. Now, this again shows the kind of government backing that was necessary. This was a flagship project for the government of Algeria. This was going to be where they put their policy chips on and what they wanted to basically use the export funds to develop Algeria. And it was a success. In fact, they built the first one just for about 1.2 million tons per annum, and then immediately expanded to 7.5. This was just in a matter of a couple of years. It was interesting that it was not so much, the terms were still being sort of negotiated. And so I love this quote, and it's from a publication called LNG Shipping at 50. And it says, just enough to earn a decent return and to make it commercially more sensible option than flaring the gas. So what was Algeria looking to do? They were looking to take the market, right? To create the demand, which then they could satisfy. And so they wanted to lock in terms, which at first seemed like a great deal, but then they would be able to build out their LNG capacity. Alaska, meanwhile, had discovered major oil and also natural gas. And what were they going to do with it? Well, it would be very difficult to pipe it anywhere from Alaska to any major consumption market. But Japan was looking for LNG. So the first LNG agreement in the Pacific Basin was between, it was Phillips at the time and Marathon, and with Tokyo Electric. And that started the shipments in 1970. And that was the first LNG trade in the Pacific Basin. Now, what I love about this story is that when you look at, this was a big deal at the time, and it was 1 million tons per annum. there's so much, it's so much greater, the volumes today, but it was a significant quantity at the time. There were 2 ships built deliberately for this project. They were built in Japan. Japan was a big shipbuilding center. It still is, but it was really a major center as well in the 1970s. And the Polar Alaska and the Arctic Tokyo began those shipments to Japan in 1970. They continued for decades, for a number of years. Those 2 ships actually remain in service, and they continue to bring LNG. I think one of them is now in the Caribbean, and they're largely going around making smaller shipments. So these 2 ships remain in service over 50 years later. We'll get at the very end, we'll see just how many ships there are in service overall today as of 2021. But this is another way of, how do you make something commercial? You need to have ships that can be repurposed and essentially reused, right? And can go for a number of years. So they built them specifically for that Pacific Basin trade between Alaska and Tokyo. It was for a 15-year initial agreement. It was commercial at the time, but then they didn't just scrap them, or they found another use for them. So this kind of constant, how can we reuse or repurpose? What are concepts that we can continue to develop, has been at the heart also of the LNG industry. Let's see. One last part to this story on the Kenai Peninsula in Alaska. It used to export LNG. It is now prepared to import LNG. So this is not an unusual case. There are a lot of places where at one point there was an exporter of LNG and then became an importer of LNG. Actually, in the U.S. Gulf Coast, the U.S. used to be have a major surplus of natural gas. Then it had a major deficit of natural gas. Professor Susan Sackmar will talk about the shale revolution that then brought the United States back from a deficit to a surplus again, and how there were import facilities that had to be converted into export facilities. In Alaska, it was the reverse. It was an export facility that has just been permitted, and I do mean just in the last few months, permitted to now be an import facility. And why? And it's because Alaska has no other source of natural gas. That's as close as you can get, is to ship it from other places. So it has the natural gas infrastructure there. It's got places where it would consume it, and now it just needs to purchase it from elsewhere. So a nice sort of coda to the very first Pacific LNG project. So 1970, that's when it was starting in Alaska. 2 years later, you had the first shipment from Brunei. Indonesia followed quickly thereafter. Major contracts in Malaysia and Australia. Japan really the leader here. There's quite a bit of literature about what were these sale and purchase agreements, these LNG sale and purchase agreements. How were they constructed? They were long-term. They were for guaranteed quantities. They were oil-linked prices, but they had a number of interesting clauses, kind of renegotiation clauses that wanted to anticipate if natural gas got cheaper, right? If natural gas were easier to find. And you could see in some of these sale and purchase agreements clauses that would require a renegotiation, or at least a conversation, a starter on new terms, new prices for that LNG. So Japan was trying to do a lot of different things in the 70s and in the 80s. Korea and Taiwan at the same time. They don't have a lot of indigenous sources. Just like Japan, they were looking to have cleaner air. Japan's interest was to get off coal and to get onto something that would clean its air. LNG was the solution. they also just had large growing economies. So when you look at this, once again, it's government policy. It's saying we need cleaner air, and it's government backed, essentially looking out projects, allowing, or not allowing, but directing their utilities, the state-owned utilities, a lot of the industrial conglomerates that had partial government ownership or government, essentially close government cooperation, to go out and find the supplies and then bring those supplies of LNG in. Let's turn to the third chapter, deregulation and restructuring. So a lot of the gas markets, the consuming gas markets, not necessarily the Japan, the Korea, the Taiwans, those areas, but the consuming gas markets in the US and Europe began a restructuring of how gas was bought and sold. This started kind of in the 80s in the US. It really took off in the 90s in the United States, and also in the 90s in Europe. In the UK, it also it was really in the UK. It started in the 80s, but the transformation happened in the 1990s. And the goal was to get a gas market where the buyer and the seller, and this was, natural gas in pipelines, would be able to come up with the price that they agreed to, and the seller would ship it to the buyer at that price. It required a total overhaul of the market. Previously, the market was in the United States. Well, I think we'll get to that, but you'll see what that did and how that shook up the kind of natural gas consumption, and therefore of LNG. One of the interesting parts about this restructuring was that in the United States, they determined that an LNG import terminal, and remember that the United States was desperate to import LNG. It really needed the natural gas. It had a major deficit. That LNG import terminals were not subject to open access rules. Meant that you didn't have to say, okay, who would like an access to this to bring in your LNG to be regasified and then sent along into the pipelines in Texas out to all of the consumers. But instead, the LNG import company, the company that was going to build that LNG import facility, could say, we are going to sign a contract for all of the capacity, or maybe mostly all of the capacity, and nobody else is going to have access to this terminal unless we have some other renegotiation of terms, or if we expand it or something like that. And the whole purpose of saying you don't need open access to LNG import facilities, whereas pipelines had a very strict open access requirement, is because the LNG import facilities needed those anchor agreements, 20, 25-year agreements of shipment of LNG into the import facility as the investment criteria, the basis for them to take the final investment decision and build it. Without that security, without that assurance that they would have a 20 or 25-year, 80% capacity, 90% capacity, the concern was they would not go to final investment decision. That was a policy decision. It was actually by our regulator in the United States, but it's one of those ways that changed how LNG was brought into the United States. Short-term and spot markets emerged as the supplies expanded and as old long-term contracts expired. And then big new concepts at the very end of the 2000s, floating storage and regasification units, right? Basically floating regasification, whereas before you had to build something on land. Now you could do it on the ship, you dock it, and the LNG carrier would come up, pipe it in, and that changed things. Also, a floating liquefied natural gas unit, right? Put a place where you would put it over the offshore well. That concept was developed in the 2000s. Let's see if this. So long story short, you have a restructuring and privatization. You have a wave of rethinking how gas markets should work within pipelines. But that also created a, how are we going to think about LNG imports as well? The US and EU took different, essentially different paths. The EU largely has an open access kind of default. The US does not. At the same time, these willing buyer, willing seller markets, of course, created big, spot markets, all types of arrangements. You have these now arrangements on wholesale gas trading. And of course, you have this while the LNG trade is burgeoning. And so it really sets the stage for a kind of initial global kind of gas market without it actually being that. It's not actually that liquid. But all of the concepts are there, and the trends are there. This is what I was mentioning earlier about how the US actually determined that the open access and rate terms that apply to pipelines do not apply to LNG import facilities, whereas the EU took a different tack. And that you had these wholesale trading platforms with a tie-in and basis for global LNG trading. At the same time, so now you have short-term and spot markets that are being developed. This is a really interesting, this is from a paper that was written almost 15 years ago, but took a look at what was happening with the LNG trade. It was really the first time you saw a major shift from all long-term and really zero short-term or spot. And this paper from 2004 notices that just between 1997 and in 2002, 2003, you have short-term LNG going from 1.5% of the transactions to 9%. So a really rapid growth. It actually now, it goes exponentially more. Professor Sakmar will tell you all about what the state of play with short-term, long-term spot markets, what it's looking like today. What you also saw was the expiration of these long-term contracts with places like in Algeria and elsewhere. And so the 20-year contracts were done. And so now you had some of those had been renegotiated or re-signed, but a number of short-term and spot cargoes now became available, and they were really in the Middle East and the Atlantic. The Pacific, where you had Japan and Taiwan and Korea, were still for the most part in the long-term sale and purchase agreements. This is also where the Middle East really comes into play. Abu Dhabi was the first exporter in 1977, but it was Qatar in the 90s with a lot of demand by Japan. It was Qatar in the 90s that really built up. So at this point, we know Qatar now is something like a third of all LNG supply. It starts in this third chapter. What is happening? Well, you have, again, concerted efforts by governments. The Qatar government, the Japanese and Tokyo and Korean government, and Taiwan and Korean governments looking to ensure a larger global and more stable gas market. You also have an industry that realizes that it needs to get more efficient and find ways, so the debottlenecking to ensure a kind of flexible supply. And how can we make these tankers, is there a way so that instead of going 12,000 nautical miles, maybe we can find a way for this one to go 6 and this one to go 4, and now you've shaved off some of the shipping cost, which could be increasingly significant if you're shipping to places like Japan from Qatar. There's also the time of the first FSRU. There's a picture of it there. And the first floating and liquefied natural gas concept. They don't actually create one of these until 2017, but it was in 2000. It was really in the 2000s and the 2009 that you had some of the first concepts, real concepts, like maybe not feed, but on paper, and a kind of a commitment to find a way to put one of these over an offshore well. All right, in my remaining time, I'd love to talk to you about LNG today and how it's trying to find a place in the energy transition, and where that question of commerciality comes in, and where governments have played a role. In short, always put the summaries up front. After a major expansion, a continued expansion in the 2010s, technology was a major driver in bringing costs down. In addition to, as Professor Sackmar will note, shale. That's one of the first points. You had a sort of new, when I think of new technology, you're also thinking of sort of new arrangements, new contractual arrangements, new ideas about how to bring gas at the sort of the cheapest cost, new financing, new ways of pricing. You had these FSRUs that could now move from place to place, that could go for short-term charters. You had varieties of size, so you had larger ships and smaller ships, larger ships and smaller markets that could make it work. And increasing use of data, right? To just find, how can I optimize? How can I get just a few cents off per MMBTU or per ton that will make this even more commercial? You have such a greater ability to leverage the data. Right now in 2021, we're going to go through and you're going to see what are the LNG industry's five points or 5 areas where they are going to try to decarbonize and make LNG a part of the energy future, of the energy transition. I wanted to start with this slide though, because if we started with one ship, right, the Methane Pioneer in 1959, today we're at 642. So from 1 to 642 over 62 years. That includes, this is just from the annual report, which I highly, just a great snapshot of where the LNG, the global LNG industry is. And so just to show you the sheer growth of it. The size now that you get, the Qatar's, Qmax and Qflex, this just shows the difference between, there's kind of a conventional or standard size that's 145,000 cubic meters. Right next to it is one of the Qflex. It's actually not even the biggest. The Qmax is up to 270,000 cubic meters. So the size of LNG made a big difference. Just as one piece of data that you can use, or kind of one fun fact, one piece of trivia, a Qmax, the largest ship, has something like 6 trillion BTUs of energy. And I just want to get this right. It can heat 26 million homes, North American homes, and I think we probably use way too much energy. 26 million typical homes in North America for a day. So that's a lot of energy that converted to electrons. At the same time, you had bigger carriers. You also had small scale and micro LNG. You had a way of bringing LNG through smaller ships. This is what we've seen in the last 10 years, and which is growing. A kind of standardization also made this more possible, a modularity, that is to say, we'll make it once and then we'll just make the same thing again and again, and we can put it anywhere, right? To the extent that there are abilities to make this into, there's a lot of now trucks or rail cars that can not just compress natural gas, but LNG. That's what the industry is now working on, and which they've been successful in building out to some degree over the last 10 years. New financing and pricing. I'll just give you this one example. of where the price of the LNG is actually a function of the price of the natural gas from the wellhead in Texas. So it's no longer a it's no longer an oil-linked contract, but it's one that's linked just to the wellhead price from where it's coming from. So that is also opening things up. This is a Cheniere contract. And then just building out the kind of big data. I just love this one report that just showed that apparently one LNG company supposedly increased its revenue by 50 to 100 million a year by just really crunching the numbers and figuring out where they could be more efficient. So here are, if you look at, you've seen this, the acronym GIIGNL, it's the International Group of Liquefied Natural Gas Importers. Okay, so if you're the trade association for LNG imports, what's your plan? What's your plan for the kind of modern technology, modern concepts that's going to put you in maybe not in the driver's seat, but that's going to give you a seat at the table for a decarbonizing world? And here's what they say. Number one, methane monitoring and reporting and verification and mitigation. So first of all, you just need to know, where is the methane coming from? And it's true. There are a lot of places where in Texas, you have excellent operators who are leaking very little methane. And then you have some that are just flaring, some may be venting, they are not checking for leaks, and they have major methane leakage. So understanding, first of all, where is it coming from, all throughout the value chain to the very end. Number two, carbon capture and sequestration, or carbon capture and use and storage. So in the liquefaction process, where can we basically take the carbon and essentially make the liquefaction process to be far less of a carbon emissions, far less of a footprint. Number three actually is electrification. Can they electrify the liquefaction process? And I put in, this was not in their slide, but can they also electrify the regasification process? What can't be electrified, right? Shipping, you could electrify the boats, and that's the fourth one. So limiting the boil off gas and the methane slip reduction. And then finally, five, where you can't do anything more, where there's still a carbon footprint, you get carbon offsets, verified carbon offsets. So this is, you'll see this. This comes from Vincent DeMori, who is the general delegate, who's one of the sort of head officials. And this is the presentation he gave just over a year ago on their plan. And just to go through them very briefly, and I'll end this, I think, at 9:30 to keep my time. Just a year ago, most LNG buyers, or not most, but a third, believed that some sort of emissions intensity clauses are going to be standard in the next few years. In other words, in a sales and purchase agreement, when they're buying LNG, is there going to be some kind of requirement, some kind of commitment to have the emissions below, let's say, a certain amount per ton? And there's now methane guidance principles. There's a number of trade associations that are putting out these essentially commitments that are increasingly sort of toothsome. The second is carbon capture and sequestration. There's an LNG plant now being developed in Texas in which it would capture the carbon, put it underground. There's huge underground caves in the Gulf Coast. This is the plan. It's next decade is the company. I think there's another presentation that will also discuss it. Third, electrification. There is a Canadian project. We'll see if it actually gets off the ground, but there's a Canadian project that is going to use electricity from renewable sources in order to liquefy the LNG for export? Can you do it for import? The electrification of everything was a recent article in the Wall Street Journal and talked about all of the major implications of this. How are you going to have the baseload power and of course the intermittent, but at the same time, how are you going to ensure that electrical systems, power systems are safe, right? Free from cyber attack, and any number of policy implications from this. Now you're also you're dealing with regulators in the electric space, in the in the power space, excuse me. Shipping, International Maritime Organization is now, I think it was, or is now debating sort of what the next mandatory emissions limits will be on new ships. There's new requirements on energy efficiency, but how far can this go? If you have to meet certain methane limits, this is one way where you could shave off some of those emissions. And finally, carbon offset. So when you've done everything in scope 1 and scope 2, right, which is the emissions that you create, that you do, it's not the emissions from burning the natural gas as a consumer, that's scope 3. There's carbon offsets. And so, Tokyo or Japan was one of the sort of first importers, and now and Shell is sort of on kind of the forefront of this. So it makes sense that they are advertising the net zero cargoes of LNG that have, with carbon offsets, a zero carbon footprint. This is where, of course, emissions monitoring is not only important from the wellhead all the way up to the consumer, but monitoring and verification of the actual carbon reduction, whether it's additionality through forestry or what have you. That's going to be a major policy and regulatory challenge. I'll just add one more last thing. There's a lot of discussion on how, if you have an existing natural gas market, an existing natural gas industry, how can you switch that over to hydrogen and ammonia? I think there's a lot of interesting projects now. It's no surprise you're seeing them in some of the major LNG importers and exporters like Japan and Australia. This is the last slide, and I like to end with this. It's actually from Shell's LNG Outlook of this year, 2021. Highly recommend this. It's very short. It's got really great kind of overviews and graphics. Shell is betting a lot on natural gas and has one of the most sort of strict emissions commitments. And so they're essentially trying to find a way for LNG to be a continued business case for them. And what I like about this is it shows along the value chain all of the ways in which you can mitigate LNG and all of the ways that you're going to need government agencies to work together. So if you're talking about electrification, the agency responsible for that, and carbon capture and storage, who's responsible for permitting and managing underground subsoil spaces. Carbon offsetting, the agency responsible for that. The upstream agency for methane management. So that's my last slide. I'd like to end with that to just show kind of the way that governments are going to have to work together, different regulators within a country, but also across countries for LNG to, and this is coming from the industry, from the company, Shell, to have a place in the energy transition. And that's it. So thank you so much. I'm happy to answer questions afterwards, and pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much for your informative presentation, Mr. Weaver. Our second presentation is an introduction to international gas markets, to be given by Professor Susan Sakmar. Professor Sakmar has over 20 years experience working in a variety of legal, corporate, nonprofit, and academic environments. She is currently an assistant professor at the University of Houston Law Center, focusing on global natural gas markets and particularly LNG and global shale gas development. She has published and presented a number of papers on these topics and a book titled Energy for the 21st Century: Opportunities and Challenges for Liquefied Natural Gas. Professor Sakmar holds an LLM from Georgetown University Law Center, a JD from the University of San Francisco School of Law, and a Bachelor of Science from the University of Colorado. Professor Sakmar was one of the research speakers during the Asia Edge Regional LNG Forum held in Tagaytay in 2019. We are grateful to have her with us again today. Please welcome Professor Susan Sakmar.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for inviting me back. I think I met many of you when I was in the Philippines in December, and I'm happy to be back and very much appreciate Kenyon setting the stage so well. I think he did a great job on the history of LNG and also sort of brought us current with the energy transition and the role of LNG in the energy transition. So that was, I think, a great setup. And what I'm going to start with are some of the recent trends in the industry. Let's see if, there we go. Oh, sorry about that. So I wanted to start with some of the recent trends in the industry. And some of you that I met in December remember that about 7 years ago, I wrote a book on LNG. And when I first started the book, the LNG business was still very much a close-knit club with just a few players. And fast forward to today, where many new players have entered the LNG market and have really amplified the complexity of LNG trade. So I wanted to highlight a number of recent trends that are paving the way to a much more responsive, competitive LNG trading system, which new importers such as the Philippines will have to navigate. So the first big trend that Kenyon mentioned, but I'll go into just a little more detail of why it's so significant, was US LNG exports, which began when Cheniere shipped its first export cargo in February of 2016. Now, prior to Cheniere, the LNG world was really dominated by major integrated energy companies that saw LNG really as a way to monetize stranded offshore gas that was usually in remote areas of the world. Now, the scale of investment needed really meant that only IOCs and NOCs could participate in an LNG project. And as you can see from this slide, most of the LNG projects in industry were really built on the major companies, Shell, BP, Total, Chevron, ExxonMobil. So really large integrated energy companies. Now, just in this sort of the integrated model of LNG that existed for so many decades, this is showing a slide of why oil matters so much. And Kenyon mentioned that LNG contracts have historically been linked to oil. In fact, 80% of existing LNG contracts are still linked to oil. So oil is still very important to the LNG industry. And I like to show this slide before I start to get into Cheniere a little bit, just to show you, to give you really a sort of graphical view of why oil matters so much. And in this slide, this is coming from Cheniere, when they were first proposing exports. So you can see that worldwide LNG prices are roughly 11 to 15% of crude oil, right? So using $100 oil at the time, you can see how the arbitrage opportunity rises and falls depending on the price of oil. So in this example, when oil was $100 a barrel, Cheniere said, well, here in the United States, we can take our gas, we can add a liquefaction fee, we can add a shipping fee, and we can deliver US gas into other markets for $8.60 to $11. And the price of LNG at the time in other markets was much higher than that. So Cheniere was really the first to see that arbitrage opportunity. Now, one of the really interesting things about Cheniere is that they really broke apart the LNG value chain. So again, back in the day when large integrated energy companies were developing LNG projects, they own the whole value chain. They own the upstream resource, they owned the midstream, and they also own the downstream. Well, Cheniere came along with a founder named Sharif Suki and really broke apart that chain and said, well, Cheniere's doesn't have an interest in the upstream. They're not going to have an upstream production company. But what they're really going to do is just create the facility to export the LNG. And they're going to charge a fee for that. And they're also going to price the gas based on Henry Hub, which was the source for the LNG. So it really wasn't a very easy road for Cheniere. So I talk about Cheniere now as the first LNG exporter, but Cheniere was also the first LNG importer. So back in the late 90s, early 2000s, Kenyon mentioned the US was very much short of natural gas. And so there were a lot of US policymakers and government officials that encouraged the industry, private sector, to build LNG import terminals. Cheniere was one of the first to jump on that and build an LNG import terminal. But by about 2008, the market had shifted and US shale gas had really started to come on strong. And I remember some of the very early natural gas and LNG events that I went to in 2008, 2009, even going into 2010. Really, the topic of discussion was, is the US ever going to import LNG? Because we're building all these multi-billion-dollar facilities. And so people were really starting to wonder whether they were ever going to be used. Well, so Cheniere was an importer, and it looked like the facilities were not going to be used for imports. So they were the first to see the opportunity, the arbitrage opportunity that I mentioned in the oil price slide, to export natural gas. But people really didn't take that very seriously. People thought it was somewhat as a joke. People sort of laughed and said, no, that's impossible. But lo and behold, BG Group, which has since been acquired by Shell, stepped up and signed the first offtake agreement with Cheniere. And once such an important player in the LNG industry signed that agreement, it got everyone to take notice. And people started to say, you know, maybe there really is an opportunity for US LNG exports. So Cheniere's sort of contracts really changed the game. This was the first ever contract like this, a take or pay style agreement. So the LNG buyer, BG Group, and then these other buyers that lined up were really signing on for a take or pay contract, meaning they could take the LNG if they wanted it. And if they didn't want it, they didn't have to take it, but they still had to pay a fee. And these were really new kinds of contracts that had never existed. They were sort of bespoke contracts created just for Cheniere. Now, another really significant thing about US LNG is that there are no destination restrictions. So why is that so important? The example I like to use, one of the big and the first LNG exporters was Qatar. And Qatar had a lot of Japanese buyers. Most of the Japanese buyers were Japanese utilities. Well, in the Qatari contracts, those Japanese buyers were prevented from doing anything with that LNG other than taking it to Japan and whatever destination the contract specified. So Cheniere came along and said, well, we don't really care where you take the LNG. You know, you just pay us and buyers can send the LNG anywhere in the world. And that became really significant because it gives the buyers a lot of flexibility. If one market doesn't need the LNG, a buyer could send it to just about any market in the world. And that became very important, and you'll see why in a few more slides. So this is just sort of a snapshot. So Cheniere was the first LNG exporter to come online, but then there are 5 others in what's considered the first wave of US LNG exports, including Freeport, Cameron. Cheniere has a second project called Cheniere Corpus Christi, Dominion's Cove Point, and then Elba Island. And this slide is a few years old, but Gas was sort of wondering, maybe the US could be the first, the #1 LNG exporter by 2035. And since then, Qatar has announced major expansion plans to try to maintain its #1 spot. And then, of course, Australia has built a lot of LNG export facilities in recent years, and Russia has also expanded its LNG exports. So I personally don't think the US will be #1. I think Qatar will be #1 with their expansion plans, with followed by the US, Australia, and Russia. So as more supply started to come online from the US and also Australia, the market shifted really from being a seller's market to a buyer's market in just a few short years. And you can see in just a few short years, prices in Asia went from almost $20 to $5. So a really significant shift in the market. And so as prices came down, a lot of new buyers started to emerge in the LNG business. And a lot of these new buyers really weren't really sure of their needs. They were new to the LNG business. The LNG business, as Kenyon has mentioned, has traditionally been based on long-term contracts, 20-year contracts. And most new LNG buyers weren't comfortable signing that long-term of a contract. They also really didn't know what their needs were going to be. So they weren't comfortable signing a long-term contract with a high volume. So what we started to see for a number of years in the industry is the buyers were uncomfortable with the traditional long-term contract model. So they wanted shorter contracts, smaller volumes. Now, what we also saw is a lot of these new buyers didn't have very good credit ratings. And that's really important for the LNG exporters, because on the export side, those exporters are taking the contracts and the value of the contracts, but also the credit worthiness of the buyers, and going to financing banks and financing entities and asking for financing based on the strength of the contracts. So what we saw for a number of years is a lot of new buyers coming in wanting much different terms and not having the credit ratings. And so we had sort of a lull for a number of years. Now, those were sort of the new buyers and bringing some new challenges. And then old buyers also started to demand some change in the industry. And one of the oldest, biggest buyers has been Japan. And lo and behold, as it became clear that the US would add a huge amount of flexible LNG into the market, buyers like Japan began to demand some different contract terms. And one of the most notable change that came about is the Japan Fair Trade Commission started an investigation into whether or not destination restriction clauses impeded competition laws. And you recall just a couple of slides ago, I mentioned one of the things that was unique with US LNG is there are no destination restrictions. So Japan started to say, well, we have all these destination restriction clauses in our contracts with Qatar and other sellers, and we think that violates our competition laws. And the Japan FTC did go on to find that did violate competition laws. So going forward, Japan will not allow any destination restrictions in its contracts. Now, another thing worth noted is Japan was also forecast to have a surplus of LNG. So they also wanted to be able to send LNG. So to the extent they were oversupplied, they wanted to be able to send that LNG elsewhere. So in the most recent years, we've seen Japan starting to become a major seller of LNG. Now, of course, another big trend has been China emerging as a major center of natural gas demand. And China, for sure, has already overtaken Japan as the world's largest importer. So China is certainly a big trend and a big market to follow. So this takes us now to about 2018. And there was starting to be a sense that new supply was going to be needed. But FIDs, final investment decisions, weren't being taken, and projects were sort of lingering, in part because buyers and sellers couldn't really sort out their differences. Again, you had the LNG exporters and the old sellers saying, well, we still want long-term contracts, and we want credit-worthy buyers, and we want high volume, and we want high price. And then you had all the new buyers saying, no, we want shorter contracts for lower volume, and we don't have good credit, but you'll have to take whatever credit we have. So there was a very big impasse in the market for a number of years. And then lo and behold, Shell broke that by taking FID on LNG Canada. And this was the first FID to come along, and this was in 2018. And when Shell sort of took FID on LNG Canada, it kind of spurred the industry on. And so 2019 turned out to be a record year for LNG FIDs. ExxonMobil and Qatar Petroleum took FID on Golden Pass, which was also a US LNG import project that is now going to add liquefaction services to be an export project. Venture Global took FID on a Calcasieu Pass, and this was a new player in the industry that sort of emerged as a dark horse. They made the rounds at a number of LNG events and weren't really well known in the industry, but lo and behold, they signed up some good LNG offtake deals with creditworthy buyers, and they took FID on their project in 2019. Cheniere's first project, Sabine Pass, was expanded. They took FID. Total Novatek, Russia's Novatek has excellent LNG projects, and they've been expanding. So 2019 was a really great year for the LNG industry. Oh, sorry. It's a very, I don't know that folks can see it, but it's a very small slide button to click on. So let me go back. Oh, I'm sorry, something seems to be happening with my slides. I'm actually not touching anything, but there we go. Sorry, something took control of my screen for a minute, so I'm just having to go back and backtrack just a little bit to pick up where we were. Okay, I think this is where we were. Okay, sorry about that. So let me continue. So 2019 was a fabulous year for LNG FIDs. And Qatar in the US and Russia have definitely emerged as the low-cost producers to beat, with the International Energy Agency, the IEA, noting in this slide that sort of ultimately natural gas prices, the low-cost producers will win out, and natural gas prices ultimately will rise to meet long-run production costs. So this really matters in terms of where's our LNG export supply going to come from, and it's going to come from the low-cost producers. So what does this mean for a second wave of US LNG projects? So going back, Wood Mackenzie calculated that the first wave of US LNG will represent about 18% of the global market by 2022. And the second wave is expected to drive this to 23% by 2030. So the US is going to be a very, very significant player in the LNG space. So what happened now? So I mentioned Cheniere took apart the LNG value chain. Well, what we're now seeing in the second wave of US LNG exports, as people are putting their projects together, what we started to see was a variety of new models coming up. And this slide, Back to the Future, reintegrating the chain, comes from Sharif Suki, who also, the slide I showed earlier was from Sharif Suki. He was the founder of Cheniere and was very innovative when he founded Cheniere. He's since left Cheniere and started another company called Tellurian. So Tellurian is one of the US LNG export projects, hoping to be in the second wave of exports. But Mr. Suki has taken a different position with Tellurian. So with Tellurian, he said, well, the world still wants more US LNG, but on different terms. So he's actually reintegrating the LNG train. And Tellurian has a natural gas production company. So they have an upstream company that's going to supply the natural gas to their LNG project. And they've been looking for investors into this new project. So it's pretty interesting that, within a decade, the US went from taking apart the LNG value chain to now here's another US project trying to reintegrate the value chain. So in the last couple of years, there's been lots of discussion about, does oil still matter? Are we still going to have oil-linked contracts, or has LNG become such a commodity that it's going to be priced on hub pricing? Next decade is another US LNG export project, hoping to get going. And with their project, they essentially have said they will link a contract to anything that the buyer wants. They will use oil, they will use Henry Hub. There's many different hubs in the United States you could link a contract to. So the two they have in this slide are the Agua Dulce and the Waha hub, which are closer to the LNG export project. So this is taking us now to, LNG in 2020, and the outlook was really good. I mentioned 2019 was a record year for LNG FIDs, and 2020 was expected to be another blowout year for LNG projects, with a lot of projects hoping to sanction their project in 2020. But then, of course, COVID-19 hit, along with a number of other energy and other market shocks, right? It wasn't just a demand shock in terms of LNG and natural gas, but it was an oil shock as well. And then, of course, a number of countries just completely shutting down and locking down. So COVID-19 definitely had a big impact on the LNG space. So taking us now to a little sort of more current times, well, how did LNG do in 2020? And Kenyon mentioned Giganel, the importers group, and they released their 2021 report, which is looking at 2020 data. So when it says 2021, we're not actually looking at 2021 data since that's not available yet. We're using 2020. And then the IGU just a few days ago released their World LNG report looking at how LNG did in 2020. So it turns out that LNG actually did pretty well in terms of COVID-19, better than any other commodity, in fact. So despite a reduction in global energy consumption due to COVID-19 and the various lockdowns around the world, LNG trade actually grew by 0.4%, reaching 356, just a little over 356 million tons by the end of 2020, which wasn't as bad as people had expected. Still down, right? LNG trade had been growing roughly 10% a year. So it was still down, but not quite as horrible as people had expected. Now, one thing that happened when COVID broke out and during the summer of 2020, you started to see a lot of news articles about US LNG cargo cancellations. So there was record low LNG spot prices and very weak demand around the world, and a whole lot of supply coming on the market from the US. And so there were a number of articles mentioning that Cheniere had received requests to cancel 30 cargoes for July, and more cancellations were coming. And so we're seeing the nature. So when I showed that slide of Cheniere and the nature of their contracts, you're seeing how much flexibility buyers get. So during the summer of 2020, essentially buyers, it was cheaper for buyers to just pay the liquefaction fee than to actually take the LNG, because they had nowhere to send the LNG because the market demand had grown so low. So we were seeing how these US LNG contracts were gonna play out during sort of bad market times, and we saw that in 2020. But it turns out that actually, despite all the cancellations in that summer, US LNG exports actually increased 30%, 33% year over year in 2020. So it turns out that US LNG actually fared fairly well, all things considered, in 2020. So how did prices do? Well, I already mentioned we had sort of record low prices. So in LNG, we saw record low LNG spot prices throughout most of 2020. And then sort of at the end of the year, there was a year-end rally that led to record high prices at the start of 2021. And that's what this big line up is. We had a very cold winter in Asia, which led to some record high prices. Okay, so turning to LNG liquefaction. So global liquefaction reached almost 453 million tons per annum in 2020, with Australia just edging out Qatar in terms of LNG production, and the US adding another 20 million tons of LNG production. So LNG and shipping. So the LNG carrier fleet consisted of 572 vessels, and Kenyon mentioned from 1 to 572 in a relatively short time period is pretty amazing. And that also included 37 FSRUs. And in terms of receiving terminals, global regasification capacity reached a high of just over 850 million tons in 2020, and 2 new FSRUs came online in Brazil and Croatia. So where is the LNG market headed in 2021 and beyond? So I already mentioned that we saw that huge price spike in LNG spot prices during the first quarter of 2021. And that was really due to an unusually sort of cold January throughout Northeast Asia that led to a huge price jump. And then prices sort of moderated after that. And so the LNG outlook coming from the IEA is that in 2021, global LNG trade is projected to expand by about 4%, which is a slower pace relative to 2015-2019, where the average annual rate was about 10%. LNG growth is definitely continues to be driven by the Asia Pacific region, which sees a 7% increase in LNG inflows. And the US is going to continue to drive export growth in 2021, with Cheniere having another train coming online, and Venture Global Calcasieu Pass will also begin. Now, in terms of project outlook, this is sort of still a little bit murky. So 32 million tons of regasification capacity was delayed by COVID-19. And it still sort of remains to be seen what projects are going to move forward, both on the export side, but also the import side. So I think that the market is still flushing that out a bit. And we're in June. So I think we're going to see one way or the other in the next 6 months. So just a couple of highlights. Kenyon talked a lot about LNG and the energy transition, and clearly the LNG industry does have a big role to play in the energy transition and is adjusting accordingly to make sure that the LNG industry is still relevant going forward. And so I just have two slides to note, two interesting things that the US LNG industry is doing. One is from Cheniere. Cheniere has said they will have cargo emission tags that will provide more transparency on emissions. So we have yet to see what the cargo tag looks like or what it contains, but that's coming very soon. So we'll start to see some LNG cargo tags from Cheniere. And then Next Decade has added a carbon solutions division. And so they're going to have a CCS component tied to their LNG export project. And Kenyon went through a lot of detail about some of the other things that the industry has driven as highlighted by Giganol. But so these are just two. I wanted to give these two examples of what's two of the US LNG exporters are doing. And then with that, I'll close, and those are my contact details if anyone wants them. And for anyone on Twitter, I tweet almost exclusively about LNG, and I try to capture all of the current news, but also news that is indicating change in the industry. So if you're on Twitter, feel free to follow me, and you'll only really get LNG news from me on Twitter. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sakmar, for that thorough presentation. We will now be having our Q&A. We will be reading the questions posted in the chat box, and we'll also open the floor to participants who want to ask questions directly to our experts. Just please press the raise hand icon. Any questions from our participants? So do we have any questions for our experts, Mr. Weaver and Professor Sakmar? So we now have a participant raising her hand. Ms. Thea Baltazar, kindly let us know which agency you are from before asking your question.
Hi, Angelou. Hi to Professor Sakmar and Mr. Kenyon. Thank you for that very insightful presentations. Just to break the ice, I just have a few questions. Just one question for Mr. Kenyon. You mentioned earlier about the price of LNG being a function of the price of natural gas from the wellhead. How is hedging being practiced in the natural gas markets? If this is the case, well, we know for sure that hedging is very well practiced in the oil market. How about in the natural gas market? Thank you.
That's a great question, and it's one that we can also, you'll hear a little bit about in the other presentations, but the answer in short is you can hedge in a very similar way where you have, we'll just start with the S curve, it's called, where if you had oil linked prices, oftentimes the S curve means that the price of natural gas would be linked to that price of, it could be Brent, it could be West Texas, but it can often be a basket of oil prices. And then and so that's the index, right? Is the oil, and then the price of natural gas is linked to that index price. But when oil gets very high, the price gets high, the price of natural gas doesn't go in a direct proportion. It'll often ceiling out. And similarly, the price of natural gas, that's what gives you the S curve, will not proportionally go very low when the price of the oil index also goes low. Those are typical kind of pricing clauses for oil indexed LNG prices. And that was, a way of essentially, hedging in a way, or mitigating the exposure that you would have. But you can hedge simply by using futures in options to say if you really always want to be able to buy natural gas at a given price, to have put and call options to always be able to buy it, or to sell it if you've already got a long-term contract. You can do something similar to that. The example that I offered with the Cheniere contract, where it was indexed to wellhead prices in Texas, was mostly that contract, yes, has an exposure of if prices go very high for Texas natural gas. But what you're betting on is that prices for Texas natural gas will never go too high, simply because shale at this point has been established as this kind of option itself. It itself is an option. Anytime prices rise above a certain level, you turn on the taps. There's a number of wellheads that are drilled but uncompleted, and where they are just raring to go. And so that there's a very rapid increase and decrease that you can make with the shale from the Permian and elsewhere. I hope that answers your question. If it doesn't, I apologize. Hopefully, we can also expand upon that in the presentations to come. Susan, you may, I don't know if you have, didn't want to throw it to you as well, if you had a thought.
No, I think that was excellent.
Just a few other questions I see on here. Energy transition, how can it drive the use of LNG as flexible generators? I think that's the bet, right? That's the bet that the LNG industry is making, is they can say, we are essentially guaranteed a base load. We can offer a guaranteed base load, and we can do it on a low carbon footprint basis. And the other ways that you get there are going to be either renewables plus storage, battery storage, or some other type of zero carbon footprint fuel, which can be nuclear, which can be hydrogen. But hydrogen and batteries are currently not yet price competitive with LNG in I would say almost all, but in some cases. There are a few examples. Arizona, actually the state of Arizona, which does not have access to great natural gas supplies the way that say Texas has, is largely going towards batteries. because on a cost basis, it makes sense for the state of Arizona to have solar plus battery, just because of the cost of getting the natural gas there. But prices for hydrogen and batteries may come down. There's a lot of other questions here on percentage of total US produced, consumption, and there are good resources from the Energy Information Agency on that. We can probably follow up on some of this. I don't want to take up too much of the time. These are great questions that anything that we can't follow up right now, we can get you the primary source material on this. And just on the question of LNG competing with renewables for the lowest cost and grants incentives for renewables. That's a great question. You know, the levelized cost of electricity now for renewables, you know, I think solar at this point is, I think at this point is the cheapest. But I'm gonna, one of my colleagues, Mohammed Badisi, I think can comment on that in his later presentation. There's a lot of tax incentives for solar and wind, but there are also some tax treatments of natural gas, even of oil, that still exist in the United States. It's a big policy discussion of, you know, where should we put our tax, essentially tax treatment or sort of tax favor, and it's beyond, it's actually beyond just tax, it's beyond grants. You know, there are renewable energy targets that have to be met. There's all types of credits that are in place. I generate solar electricity on my house. I sell the credits. Doesn't pay as much as my job, but so, and then hydrogen. These are really good questions on hydrogen and hydrogen ammonia and the infrastructure requirements. If it is, and great reading resources to learn about the role of LNG in enabling the hydrogen and ammonia economy. Yes, I can definitely recommend some resources. Hydrogen is actually a project we have been working on with another country. So instead of taking the time to get my files and put them on here, if it's okay with you all, this is a great question that we can follow up robustly after the webinar and make sure that we're transmitting to you all of those resources that we have on hydrogen and ammonia and the type of repurposing of infrastructure that can be done. And then last question on small scale LNG import, what's the typical one to make it feasible? Ooh, that's a good question. And I'm going to actually punt that to my colleague, Mohammed Badisi, who you're going to hear from next. These are fantastic questions. I'm so glad that we started to ask these. So a number of these we're going to follow up with written responses that will give you a full picture. And then some of these you're going to see coming up with our next presenters.
All right. I think I've seen Attorney Ivan Gadur raise his hand earlier. Do you have a question, sir?
Hi, sorry. I was raising my hand earlier. Also related to the, well, Kenyon mentioned earlier about the policies regarding taxing oil and gas. My question actually to Professor Susan or Kenyon, either of them, is that with the recent change in administration from the Trump to the Biden administration, is there a specific change in U.S. policy regarding export of LNG? Because I understand there was a change of in policy regarding at least the commitments of the United States as regards the Paris climate goals. But does that affect in particular the export industry in the US?
Susan, do
Kenyon,
you?
well, I was going to
No,
say,
I
do you
was
want to
gonna
take
suggest-
that first
go,
from the
go ahead
get-go?
on.
Okay. I'll speak, so I guess, sort of from the industry side, which is even with the change of administration, there's been no change in terms of the contracts that exist, right? So the US, all of the slides I showed with Cheniere and the other LNG exporters, all of those contracts are in place, and the US for sure recognizes this, sanctity of contracts. So nothing in the US policy will change any of that. And I'll let Kenyon speak to maybe sort of the policy shift that's happened with LNG exports, if he's seeing one from the government standpoint. But certainly on the existing LNG export facilities we have, I don't think there's been anything that'll change exports from that standpoint.
Thank you so much for this question. And I'm going to start with a really important disclaimer, which is that I am not authorized to give any official statement of US government policy, but I am going to give you a perspective of what I think we're seeing and what you're going to see on LNG and where that fits in sort of this administration's priorities and policies. And that is that if you're looking to decarbonize, and you're also looking, though, to balance that decarbonization with priorities like energy security and energy for development, right? There's a lot of people that don't have access to energy, don't have access to reliable energy, don't have access to cleaner sources of energy. Then, and those are the three sort of central pillars, is decarbonization, energy security, and energy for development or energy for growth. That finding where sort of LNG fits into that, I don't know, to my mind, there has not, or to my awareness, there hasn't been an official statement on that. But I think you're going to see that LNG and LNG exports are going to have to find a place in that. There's going to be ways where, especially when you're pushing industry to say, where can LNG lower that carbon footprint? And you saw those 5 points from the LNG importers. Those aren't original, right? On methane verification and reduction. One of the things that on the slides that I listed on the very first one on methane verification was on the number of jobs that methane verification and tracking and monitoring and mitigation has created. A study came out last week. It's created thousands of new jobs. And that obviously is a major bonus. It's a major plus, right? So if methane verification and tracking and mitigation is also a job creator, that's going on the balance sheet of pluses. So I think you're going to see a lot of not pressure, but a lot of interest in the LNG industry to say, what can you do? Where can you find ways to lower your carbon footprint? And that will be a pathway to finding a place in that energy transition. I hope that answers your question. And remember my disclaimer.
All right, thank you for all of your questions. So for those whose questions have not been answered, we will be taking note of them and we will send you our experts' response after the training. We will now have a 15-minute break, so please be back here by 10:35 a.m. Thank you. Welcome back. We hope everyone is ready for the second half of our training. So for our next topic, we have Mr. Mohammed Badisi, much valued colleague and regular resource speaker in a lot of GPDP1's trainings and seminars. Mr. Badisi is the senior attorney for energy and finance at CLDP. He focuses on CLDP programs related to enabling private investments in energy, power, and infrastructure projects. Prior to joining CLDP, Mr. Badisi practiced with the International Dispute Resolution and Public International Law Groups of Latham Watkins LLP in New York and Dubai, focusing on representing sovereigns in arbitrations involving transboundary disputes, upstream and downstream energy projects, expropriation, project finance, and international trade. Mr. Badisi also served as a law clerk to the Honorable William H. Walls in the U.S. District Court of New Jersey. Mr. Badisi received his JD from the University of Washington School of Law. To discuss LNG markets, global commodity to domestic resource, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mohammed Badisi.
Thank you for a very generous introduction. Let me just make sure here that my volume is working. And if it's not, please let me know. And then I believe I need to take over control of the slides. And that works great. Okay, so the discussion for this session is a little bit less on market dynamics and less on the economics of LNG as a commodity, and more meant to answer the question, well, once you've decided that LNG is a helpful import for your marketplace, for example, in the Philippines, as explained before by our colleagues from the DOE, there is the need to find an alternative source of gas to replace the depleting production from Malampaya. Once you've decided to bring LNG into the marketplace, what I'd like to talk to you about for the next 30 minutes or so is about how do you then deploy, how do you then leverage the presence of LNG in your market to create economic value? So how do you take that global commodity, as the title says, and make it a domestic resource? And just to start the discussion, is you see here, and this is an information slide, it's just a nice way to start the conversation. The idea is that LNG as a commodity is meant to come into an existing network. It's supposed to play a role in your existing marketplace. Now we'll talk about, there's really two different scenarios for leveraging the presence of LNG and getting value from LNG in your market. To the extent that you have a mature gas market already, you have industries, you have things like power generation, maybe even households that are utilizing gas. The value of LNG is quite simple. It's a gas replacement. You take what used to be a source of gas that may have been domestic in the past, or could have been imported from a neighbor, and you replace that source of gas with another source of gas, LNG being that new source. Where it gets really interesting, I'm going to spend more time talking about that today, because I know that's really the hope and the mark for the Philippines is not for where you use LNG as a replacement, but LNG as a new source of energy, a new source of economic value in the marketplace itself. And that's what we'll talk about, things like marine fuel, even transportation, other ways that the existence again of LNG creates new opportunities, new project possibilities, new ways of leveraging what is a portable energy source in the marketplace. I'm going to encourage everyone as we go along, feel free to put questions in the chat. I'm monitoring the chat as I present. And I know that some of these questions have come up already about small scale LNG. I'll do my best to address them and some of the strategies around it. But by all means, continue to put those questions and we'll address them as we go along. So let's start with the basics. What we know so far, and Professor Sakmar did an excellent job of explaining this, so I don't want to spend too much time on it, but the reality is that the receiving capacity, that is the import side of the LNG market, continues to grow despite the setbacks of the pandemic. Existing terminals are being utilized, new terminals are being built. And the reason this is important for this particular session isn't to talk about the global market and who's exporting what and companies like Cheniere, but to think about this from a user perspective, from the perspective of somebody who's purchasing and importing LNG. There are more and more laboratories around the world. There are more and more markets around the world that are importing LNG and experimenting with different uses of that resource. In the US, we have some very interesting examples that I'll share with you. In Europe, I think it's even more advanced. Even in China, there are some experiments in how they're using LNG for everything from trucking to a ship fuel. And you should see the participation of the Philippines in this global LNG market as a participation in perhaps the most interesting part of that market, which is the downstream portion of LNG, the uses of LNG. I think, again, Professor Sakmar and Kenya did a good job of explaining how the innovations came about in terms of the production of LNG, the technology, how it was first produced and how the market has grown. And now there are more exporters. There's more capacity coming online to export everywhere from Australia to the US to the Middle East. So the export side of the market's well known. And I think everybody can predict what the growth will be, but we know that it's going to continue to grow. What's really interesting is the growth in the import side of the market and the fact that the dynamic nature of that growth and the opportunity that growth presents in different strategies you can deploy and different ways you can adapt LNG in your marketplace to serve your needs. Now, I mentioned three there. If you look at the third point on the left-hand side, traditionally, LNG has been meant as a fuel substitute, primarily for gas to power, for using gas as a fuel stock, as a fuel to drive power generation. But increasingly, the role of LNG in transportation and also in industrial applications is becoming more important. And that's what we're going to try and focus on during this discussion. Now, let's just think for a second about the configurations for the import of LNG. Traditionally, LNG was imported using the format that you see at the very top there, where it's just labeled LNG. And we'll talk about small scale LNG in a second. You had a carrier. As Kenyon described, they've grown in size over the years from the regular size to the mega sized carriers we have today. They may continue to grow. You have an import terminal. This may be an onshore terminal. Increasingly these days, there's the use of FSRUs, which sort of floating offshore facilities, but a fixed facility, something that was anchored, either built onshore or anchored offshore, meant as a permanent import location for that LNG. That import terminal would regasify, would convert the LNG into normal natural gas, and then inject it into the existing marketplace, as you see there, going to a power plant, converting the LNG through gas turbines into electrons. That was the traditional pathway. It remains the traditional pathway. It remains the primary marketplace for LNG in places like Korea and Japan and China and elsewhere, the use of gas to drive power generation. However, there are other pathways. There are other ways that we see LNG coming into the marketplace and reaching customers, reaching potential users in the marketplace. For example, now you may no longer bring the LNG into a terminal and immediately regasify it. You may bring it into the terminal and do what's called a break bulk. You may actually store it. You think of that as sort of a bunkering of sorts, and then redistribute the LNG in its cold form. Note here, we're not regasifying. The LNG may stay in its hypercooled state and be loaded on a smaller ship, be loaded on a truck. These days, we're even loading LNG into containers, ISO containers, standardized configurations that are put on the back of barges and taken short distances. There are multiple configurations now that allow you to continue to transport the LNG in its hypercooled state to different users other than just the traditional regasification and injection into the gas pipeline, as I said, primarily for power generation. As a result of this small scale LNG industry growth and the technology and the utilization and the costs coming down, we start to see other ways for LNG to play a dynamic role in the marketplace apart from that power generation paradigm, that primary use that we talked about. And for example, there's a question that just came up in the chat. Are there countries that use LNG or natural gas to extract hydrogen for fuel cell technology? There are quite a few use cases, Japan being the most famous example, where LNG is imported and combined with other resources for fuel cells, where I wouldn't say it's necessarily directly for the production of hydrogen, but it is used for fuel cell, fueling and for fuel cell production. And so you do see examples where LNG as a commodity is converted into other storage mediums, fuel cells being some of them. And the real point here being, if you think about the value of energy density, I'm going to pretend to be an engineer for a moment, even though I'm really a lawyer. So pardon if my science isn't precise, but the real leverage, the real value that LNG has in some use case scenarios is that, like oil, it has a high level of energy density. It has the ability to carry a lot of energy in a compact space. You don't quite have that yet with batteries. As Kenyon mentioned, the costs are quite high. Their ability to store energy is limited. You may have hours, not days of energy. But with an LNG tanker, one ISO container could run a single gas turbine for a week or two. And so the portability of LNG gives you the advantages of oil, the energy density, but also a lower carbon production profile, a cleaner burning profile, and the flexibility, which we'll talk about later on in terms of its ability to ramp up and ramp down in terms of its energy production. So I think the question in the chat, and it's a good one, is it's important to think of LNG not just as gas, but as stored energy. And to think of any part of your economy, any part of your marketplace, particularly with an island nation where energy storage and energy transportation is quite expensive across islands, LNG can play that role of being a deliverable, a portable, high density energy resource as a substitute for traditional things like heavy fuel oil, diesel, etc. So this picture again, though, is just to show you that we've moved away, and we are increasingly moving away from the traditional linear pathway of large ship, large terminal, large user like a power station, towards smaller scale applications where a large ship may break down its cargo, be redistributed to smaller ships, trucks, barges, etc., and other users may be taking advantage of that small scale LNG. Just to break it down even further, what we see here in the US, and you see this in Europe, and there are examples in China and a few other places as well, is a larger and larger role for LNG trucking. Now, the term is a funny one because I'm going to talk about LNG trucking both in terms of trucks using LNG as a fuel, but here I'm talking about trucks conveying LNG, transporting LNG on the back of a trailer or in a specialized container. What this allows you to do, and I forget the most recent statistic, but there's been some estimations that, and depending on the season and depending upon the year, in Europe, as much as something between 7 and 8% of all LNG distribution occurs through truck, as opposed to through ships or even through pipelines. There is a growing industry, and the technology costs are coming down and the predictability is coming down, that allows you to take LNG directly from either a liquefaction plant or from an import terminal, load it in its hypercooled state into a truck, and then convey that LNG to a fueling station for cars, to a ship station for bunkering, to an industrial user who may need gas as a feedstock or a component in their industrial process. Even for gas distribution, you see some neighborhoods that are not connected to the gas grid, but nevertheless use LNG via trucking to send fuel for residential purposes, for cooking, for heating, etc. And then even for power generation, some remote sites that may not be connected to the gas grid, but nevertheless use gas turbines to generate power, they are actually being fueled by, they're essentially using a virtual pipeline through these trucks coming and delivering LNG. And so the flexibility here and the innovation, I will say, is that sorry, I had a problem there. So the flexibility here is that what used to be a traditionally ship-based resource, LNG being delivered by ship, can now be delivered by trucks and even other means, as we'll talk about, and that expands the opportunities for that small scale, that downstream use. So let's start with the general use case. Traditionally, LNG was imported, as you said, into a large terminal, regasified, injected into an existing network typically, or what's sometimes known as an isolated system or a closed loop system like we see in Korea or Japan, where a gas network was built just to take the gas from the import terminal to the power station. And for power generation, there's not a broader sort of domestic gas market. This is important to note because even though small scale LNG is a growing space and it's a big focus, you don't want to lose sight of the fact that traditionally, this type of use, LNG as a source of gas supply for gas to power, was what anchored the industry. This is what justified the large capital expenditure, which my colleague Sue Logan will talk about more, the financing, the money that's put up to justify the high cost of building this infrastructure was usually based upon this primary usage. So I don't want to suggest that small scale LNG is taking over the market. I think small scale LNG is an additional opportunity to leverage LNG, but I think it would be hard to argue, and I welcome anybody else's commentary on this, that small scale use alone could justify an LNG import infrastructure. I think it's an additional use, not a primary use of LNG. The primary use is still, I think, the ability to use it as a fuel stock for power generation. So this traditional use case remains highly important, and the ability to, whether you're a regulator or if somebody's working in licensing for LNG terminals, realize that most LNG is still going to be imported for this use, and sort of create your market expectations on that basis. But once you move beyond the traditional use case, you start to think about new frontiers, even just staying in power for a second. Because of the portability, of LNG we talked about before, you can use LNG as part of this overall strategy that you start to see in the power markets around the world. We've seen it here in the US, you see it in a lot of places, of decentralization. Let me just pause for a second and define what I mean by that. One of the sort of major disruptions in the power industry for the last decade or so has been the decentralization of power generation. What used to be large, high capacity generation facilities, nuclear power, large gas turbines, large coal-fired plants, generating a lot of electricity and sending it out via wires. Now we see more and more power generation that is localized. And perhaps on an island, they're generating their own power through a combination perhaps of a diesel generator and solar. We're seeing household generation where panels on the rooftops. We're seeing even farms generating their own power through biodigesters. The falling cost of some of these technologies and the increasing sensitivity of power users to both the predictability of supply, are they sure that the power is going to be on, and the cost of supply, has led to more and more decentralization. That is more and more infrastructure to generate power that's closer and closer to the user, closer and closer to that source of demand. And in some ways, that is a disruption to the traditional market of, let's say, coal or even natural gas. But LNG is a little bit different because LNG's portability gives it an advantage. It can actually work side by side with some of these decentralized resources like solar, like wind. And so what you started to see in places in the Caribbean, there's examples in Australia, we're happy to share examples from around the world, but you do see the old model of an installation of large diesel generators or heavy fuel oil generators, which used to power these remote locations. And they're getting rid of those old generators. They're putting in a combination of solar panels, which can generate power during the day when the sun is bright, perhaps even batteries, which can shift some of that solar power 2 or 3, maybe even 4 hours into the night. And then natural gas turbines fueled by LNG that give you the flexibility to flip on and flip off whenever there's insufficient solar or there's high demand on the grid. And so these, what are called hybrid systems, a combination of renewable energy and gas power, is the perfect example of how you should think about LNG's portability as being a complement to renewables, actually unlocking the ability to add more renewables into the marketplace as opposed to a competitor for it. Another way to say that is what otherwise may not be sufficient power generation from solar plus battery, because it's not going to work at night and it's not going to work in high peak load situations, could all of a sudden work. You can actually make a primary solar power generated system work for an island or another remote location when you supplement that solar generation with natural gas fueled by LNG. Could be by truck, could be by container, could be by a small ship. So this is one of the, I think, the most fastest growing and really one of the most compelling examples of small scale LNG is this combination with renewables and this ability to really shift what used to be really, really dirty generation. Let's be honest. I mean, those of you who are familiar with diesel generators and HFO, they're loud. They create a lot of toxic fumes. And so these island communities, which in many ways pride themselves on their natural beauty, are very eager to convert to some of these hybrid systems because it's delivering on their carbon goals. It's delivering sometimes on, it improves tourism because it reduces some of the sort of the haze and other concerns there. And so there are a number of reasons that we've seen adoption of these hybrid systems. Again, LNG is one of the primary components that allows these systems to work at scale. Now, if we move beyond power for a moment, and again, I encourage anybody to drop questions in the chat as we go along. I'd say second fastest and second most important use case for LNG beyond power generation, be it centralized or decentralized, is in the marine space. LNG as a marine fuel. Kenyon mentioned this before. The International Maritime Organization, for those of you who are familiar, I think it was they finally certified the rule in 2020, if I'm not mistaken, early 2020, established a new limit on marine fuel, saying that there's a global limit of a 0.5 percentage point that the fuel used for maritime vessels, primarily seagoing vessels, could have a maximum sulfur content of 0.5%. That's a significant reduction to the previous standard, and is going to require a lot of marine vessels, again, primarily sea vessels, but also things like tugboats, etc., to change their engines, or at least to upgrade their engines, to put in what are called scrubbers to reduce some of that sulfur content emission. And what that's done is it's created an opportunity to, rather than just upgrading existing diesel-powered engines on these ships, to actually convert some of those ships to LNG fuel. And so if you look at the graph that's there in the lower right corner, it's actually the statistics on the number of ships converted is hard to track because it's not always clear which jurisdictions are actually converting versus those that are purchasing new ships. But where you see a very good indicator of just how much demand there is for LNG as a marine fuel is in the bunkering, which is to say that how much LNG fuel is being bunkered offshore for, sort of stored in a ship, a fueling ship offshore, to deliver to vessels. And look at the fast growth there, really starting in 2013, you start to see the initial jump, and then you see sort of a rapid expansion from 2017 up until 2020. We don't really know if there's been a dip during the pandemic, but the trend line is clear that there are more and more LNG bunkering vessels, primarily in the Asia Pacific region, that are delivering LNG marine fuel to converted ships that are powered by LNG. And we're talking everything from container ships to cruise ships, tugboats, many different types of ships at this point. I think the important thing to point out here is that this isn't a significant departure from the existing infrastructure for LNG, to the extent that you've already licensed, that you've already imagined that your marketplace is going to focus on 1 or 2 or 3 terminals, LNG terminals. Usually what marine fuel bunkering means that existing terminal adds on to its ability to regasify and deliver into a pipeline a secondary offtake point for a truck, for a smaller ship, for something of that sort. And so you see a lot of terminals, Europe has the best examples, where now in Europe, it's actually mandatory that most new LNG terminals have multiple offtake systems, not just injection in a gas line, but the ability to deliver to a truck, deliver to a smaller ship, because these are other sort of pathways for LNG distribution. And the 3 main ones being there, as you have listed in the second bullet point, you can have the terminal directly off-taking to another ship. You can have the LNG import terminal off-taking to a truck, which then itself delivers the fuel to a ship at some distance away, or ship-to-ship bunkering is the most common delivery method right now, where a smaller scale ship off-takes the LNG still in its hypercooled form from the import terminal, stores it, then goes out to sea some distance and delivers directly from ship to ship the LNG fuel to that LNG powered vessel. And that's what that curve describes in the graph, is the growing capacity for this type of ship-to-ship bunkering. And that capacity, of course, is being driven by demand for LNG marine fuel. Let me just pause here for a moment. I see one of the questions in the chat is the idea about the IMO standard. The IMO standard, there's a schedule, there is sort of a gradual timeline by which most countries have to enforce the rule, and most operators have to adapt their ships. it is going to be eventually binding that any member organization has to certify its compliance with IMO rules. So it's binding in that sense. Countries could choose not to follow this rule, but of course they would be subject to either some sort of sanction or pressure for non-compliance. But I would say that we've already seen the effects of the new IMO rule. We've already seen the effects of this mandatory switch to a cleaner fuel source in the higher demand for LNG. So there may be some non-compliance that some countries may be more aggressive than others, but we're already moving in that direction. We're already moving in the direction of marine fuel going towards lower carbon outcomes and LNG being able to deliver on some of those concerns. And it's important to point out here, even if you believe in a scenario where there's rapid adoption of solar panels, battery storage, that the renewables deployment in power generation is high and rapid, and that therefore perhaps the utility of gas is lower, in a decade from now, et cetera. We are quite far from electrification of sea vessels. There's some great experiments going out there. There are some companies that are being quite aggressive with that, but it's highly likely that even in a high renewables world where everybody's house, everybody's business is being powered by solar and some batteries and some wind and some offshore wind, et cetera, there's still going to be a major demand for things like natural gas, things like these high density fuel sources for transportation, marine and transportation on land. But time will tell. But that's one of the, I think, the high likelihood scenarios that we see in the near future. So just to summarize, so far, the primary use case for LNG is that traditional conversion of LNG to gas and the use of gas for power. LNG in its hypercooled state can allow for some power generation in a decentralized place. And then one of the newer use cases is LNG being delivered directly to marine vessels for use as fuel, as a replacement for the previous diesel engines, and because one of the motivations being compliance with things like the new IMO rule. I'd say the most interesting, but still experimental in some countries example of LNG usage is that of natural gas vehicles. Now, I've lost my title here and I apologize. Let me go back here. This slide did not copy through well. If you saw a title, it would say natural gas vehicles. And what this is meant to summarize is that there's already a high penetration in the marketplace of the use of gas as a fuel for motorized vehicles. We're talking on land now, not in the marine space. So in a way, it's not news. Again, Asia Pacific has been the fastest adopter, especially places like Pakistan, India, and elsewhere, of converting cars, which used to be fueled by unleaded fuel or diesel fuel, to CNG, compressed natural gas. So in some ways, this is actually a very mature market. There's already a lot of vehicles on the road using natural gas. However, where I describe the experimental space and where this is one of the even more new cutting edge space than the marine fuel, is that now you have a class of vehicles that are not being powered by CNG, compressed natural gas, but by LNG, gas still in its liquefied form. And really where you see that separation is between CNG being a more appropriate fuel for small passenger vehicles, taxis, cars, even fleet vehicles used by, services, government services or police or things of that sort. And LNG is rapidly being adopted for long haul vehicles. You see here a graph similar to that accelerated adoption that you saw for marine fuel of the amount of LNG being consumed as a road fuel over the past decade. The two largest markets for this adoption of LNG as a road fuel are China and Europe. I think in Europe alone, you see I have listed there that the number of new registrations of LNG powered trucks tripled from 2018 to 2019. I think in 2019, for example, 5,000 new LNG trucks were registered across Europe. I think the number dipped obviously during the pandemic, but not by much. I think it's somewhere in the 2,000 or 3,000 range. And it's expected to go up again as we emerge, hopefully, from the pandemic. And so the value proposition is that LNG as a long haul fuel allows a lower carbon profile than the traditional use of diesel. Its ability to store a high density of energy so they can actually drive a long distance without having to refuel. And if you think about the configuration of a large long-haul truck, a semi-truck as we call them in the States, they're more able to store both the large tank and the engine structure. It's a little bit harder to design a passenger vehicle to be powered by LNG because you have to have a rather large tank for safety purposes and for the shielding and for the thermal efficiency to make sure that the gas stays in its cooled state. Those kind of tanks are easier to configure in these large trucks. And so we're now starting to see more and more LNG powered trucks in the US. For example, we're starting to see LNG vehicle fueling stations here in the US, which have become more common in Europe and are more common in parts of China. Believe it or not, I am sitting here right now in central Pennsylvania, the state of Pennsylvania in the US. Just down the road, about 3 miles down the road from where I live right now, there's a gas station, traditional gas station with an unleaded pump, a diesel pump. And next door to it is an LNG fueling station, a station where large semi vehicles, they get right off the highway, they can pull up. And I'll show you just this sort of very simple graphical example. There's about, I believe, 600 stations in the US now, and there's more than being installed. They're along all the major sort of trucking routes where these large semi trucks can pull up and refill their tanks with LNG. Now, I should make clear, LNG, unlike, let's say regular diesel fuel, is a more delicate commodity. These stations, you can't fill the tank yourself. Because it's being, you're fueling your truck with a super cooled liquefied gas. The actual station operators, they're wearing protective clothing and face shields and gloves. There's special training for the folks who work there. So I don't want to suggest that the experience is the same as it would be filling up, using diesel or other fuels, but it's becoming more common as the personnel are trained and the demand is there. This availability, the functionality, and more importantly, the scaling of LNG fueled vehicles is growing. And I think one space that this may be relevant in places like Manila, and we've seen similar proposals for places like Jakarta or even Kuala Lumpur, is where you have a lot of traffic. You have a lot of city traffic. And you have large semi-vehicles or large delivery trucks sitting in traffic for hours, idling their engines and just spewing diesel particulate matter into the air. There's an argument that not just for long-haul trucking, but perhaps even for city centers, it may make sense to convert traditional vehicles that are diesel powered to an LNG fuel just to get the lower emissions and to improve the air quality within those urban spaces, because there's, of course, high density population and they're all inhaling that particulate fuel. This has been talked about, for example, places like London, where there's a real problem where they've connected a sort of increased diesel usage because of its efficiency to a higher particulate matter, and that's being connected to more lung disease and more sort of respiratory problems with children. There's been a lot of talk about aggressively shifting away from diesel and maybe even somebody electrifying, but at least in the short term, gasifying some of those delivery vehicles, in addition to the existing trend of gasifying long haul trucking. I'm going to pause here just to, I tried to take a nice picture of the fueling station down the road, and it was just a cloudy day. So instead I got this nice picture off the Shell website to show you an example of what an LNG filling station looks like. But again, these are becoming more commonplace. You'll see them along the highways in Europe, and now you're starting to see them along the highways here in the States. So with that, I'm going to conclude just to summarize, and let me go back to the very beginning here to point out that the reality is that the primary use case, the economic justification, and the sort of economic logic for LNG imports remains that top line that you see here, the traditional linear pathway of LNG to terminal to gas pipeline, usually to a gas-powered power plant. But if I can say sort of anything in terms of how regulators and how the government of the Philippines can imagine a future scenario here, is that once you've created that anchor, that's the term we use, that anchor in the marketplace for LNG imports for power purposes, you can then begin to consider other uses. And that's what other markets have done. That's where the use of as marine fuel, as a transportation fuel, as a decentralized power source. We've even seen some discussion about using LNG for residential gas in some places. That small scale LNG scenario, to be clear, is not likely to become the primary justification for imports, but is an additional use case that allows you to extract more value. And more importantly, maybe not just to extract value from the commodity, but deliver on some of your decarbonization goals. Decarbonization of the power system, moving away from diesel, decarbonization of the marine system, moving away from this high sulfur, marine fuels, again, primarily diesel, and decarbonization of road transportation for long haul trucking and potentially even for these delivery vehicles. And so the way to conclude is no gas regulator, the DOE in the Philippines or an energy ministry in any country would not make a mistake, wouldn't be faulted for just focusing on LNG to power. That's the primary use case. That's the primary economics. But to the extent that there's a desire to get more value out of LNG, more economic, benefit, planning for enabling, unlocking these other uses by permitting, LNG trucks, by permitting, LNG marine plants, by permitting LNG containers so they can be delivered, for island, sort of remote power generation. It would be helpful, and if anything, I would say wise, to anticipate these other uses at the same time you're structuring your traditional LNG to power use case, because they're becoming increasingly relevant and increasingly effective, as you've seen in other markets, of really delivering value, delivering carbon savings, and at the end of the day, delivering better energy, sort of better outcomes to citizens. So I'll stop there. Welcome. I think we're saving questions until the next session. I'm happy to, if folks want to list questions in the chat, I'll be prepared to answer them after my colleague Sue Logan concludes her remarks on the financing, which, by the way, I think is probably the most important presentation of the day, because despite all these nice ideas, who's going to pay for it is probably the most important question you want to ask. But I'll stop there at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Batisi, for that very useful presentation. We now move on to our last topic, the LNG project investments, legal and financial design, to be presented by Ms. Sue Logan. Ms. Logan is an attorney advisor at CLDP, where she advises governments primarily in South and Southeast Asia, as well as on legal reform and economic development issues in the power and energy sectors. Prior to joining CLDP, Ms. Logan was counsel in the Washington, D.C. office of the law firm of Latham Watkins LLP, where she represented private developers, sponsors, commercial banks, and other financial institutions during all phases of the development, acquisition, and project financing of U.S. domestic and international energy and infrastructure projects. Ms. Logan received her JD from Georgetown University Law Center. She received her BA in History from Fairfield University and her MA in International Relations from Yale University. Let's all welcome Ms. Sue Logan.
Thank you so much. I need to get the ability to, I guess I have remote control now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not seeing the, oh, what did I do? Give me 1 second to play with this. I'm not seeing the same controls as before. Maybe
So I'll say it took me a second to figure it out. It's in the bottom left corner of that screen. If you hover over it, these arrows pop up.
Yeah, that's not happening for me. I am on the browser, not on the app. So I might, sure, if that is possible.
Yeah,
I'm
you just
going
let
to
me
give
know.
up. Oh, actually, yeah, I can see them when I don't have remote control. Okay, now I don't see them. Let's see. Just give us 1 second. Okay. This is not working. JK, can I ask you to maybe move the slides? Or, oh. Apologies, this is the first real technical glitch we've had, so I guess we're doing pretty well so far. Okay, So thank you for the great introduction. I'm Sue Logan, an attorney advisor with the Commercial Law Development Program in the U.S. Department of Commerce. And, you know, we've heard a lot today about the market for LNG, the history of the market for LNG, the economics of various use cases and new use cases that are sort of emerging. But what we wanted to finish on today was kind of taking it down to the project level and looking at sort of how they're constructed and financed. Next slide, please. So in the next 50 or so minutes, what I'll do is first contextualize LNG regasification facilities within the LNG value chain that you have heard a lot about today. So that'll be a pretty quick discussion. We'll talk about how these facilities are typically financed, common regasification project risks, common regasification facility commercial structures, and then we've heard a little bit about it earlier, but common regasification technological structures as well. Next slide. So first, to reground us in the discussions that came before, just trying to understand where LNG regasification fits within the full value chain. This is sort of a simplified view here in this slide. You have your natural gas exploration and production. That natural gas is transported then to liquefaction facilities where it's processed and liquefied and loaded onto LNG carriers, and then here where the circle is, it's imported, stored, and regasified, or as Mohammed just mentioned, used in other ways as LNG. And then it either is sent out as LNG or as natural gas to wholesale and retail end users. Next slide. So the last slide was sort of a very simplified view, perhaps oversimplified view. This slide is a little bit more of a real world scenario, just showing sort of the same things that Mohammed just talked a lot about, the various use cases and sort of the various options for storage and regasification. And I will say that this slide doesn't even show all of the options because it does focus on the floating structures. So next slide, please. So Susan talked a little bit about this in her presentation as well, but to sort of understand the LNG, where gasification fits within the value chain, it's helpful to sort of understand the different types of players in the market and the different business segments in which they operate. This slide, you know, looked probably, as Susan mentioned, very different 10, 15 years ago. But you see, if you look at the regasification section of this chart, you'll see the major players in the regasification segment. For instance, national oil companies, oil majors, as Susan mentioned, those are sort of the traditional players, and then regasification operators, particularly on for floating structures, as well as utilities have gotten more involved in the sector, and commodity traders as well are sort of playing a larger role. Next slide. So then one final sort of grounding or contextualization factor I wanted to just mention is to sort of look at the total cost, the total project cost or estimated project cost range of what it costs to produce LNG, sort of from a capital infrastructure point of view, and sort of ground that within the primary LNG value chain segments. So you have here the exploration, production, liquefaction, shipping, and storage and regasification. And I will say that these estimates are from about 3 years ago from the U.S. Commodity Futures Trading Commission, but from other resources that we have, they have similar projections. So as you can see, storage and regasification is not certainly the most costly piece of the puzzle in the LNG value chain, but it is substantial nonetheless. And these projects are quite capital intensive. So that then brings us, next slide, to a discussion of how these LNG regasification facilities are typically financed. You tend to see three sort of primary modes of financing. One is project finance, we will get into a lot more detail about what project finance is and how it is structured in a few slides. But just suffice to say, just to think about it in this way, that if it's a project financed project, it's in the name. The lenders are looking at the strength of the project itself and the ability of the project to generate revenues. And they will decide to lend based on the strength of those projected revenues. And they will size the loans based on those projected revenues as well. Versus corporate finance. Corporate finance is again, as the name implies, the lenders are looking at the corporate borrower, sort of the upper level tiered entity, and what is their ability to repay the loan based on not just this project, but all the assets that they own, which will provide guarantees for the loan, and which will sort of act as collective collateral. And then sponsor equity is, as the name implies as well, equity coming from dollars from the sponsor's pockets. Project finance in the early 2000s was the principal, or sort of plurality of 40% of total capacity was project financed. It is a prominent tool in the toolbox for capital intensive projects, including LNG regasification facilities. And as Susan mentioned, you may recall that there's a rise in spot market purchases. There's shorter term contracts are being signed. And some have thought, well, that may diminish the importance of project finance because as we'll talk about, because the project's ability to repay the loan is really, it is the only source, the project is the only source for repayment of the loan. Lenders traditionally like to see very long-term take or pay contracts, sort of that guaranteed revenue source. And I think that rather than diminishing the relevance of project finance, what this will actually do, what shorter term contracts, more spot market purchases will do is just sort of force lenders to be a little bit more flexible in the collateral packages that they'll accept. We've already seen in the past couple of years projects where on the liquefaction side, where the project sponsors had 70%, 60% of the capacity tied up in long-term contracts, but the lenders were more flexible about having some shorter-term contracts. So bottom line is, I think project finance is here to stay, which is why I'm going to go into it in a little bit more detail. Next slide, please. So generally speaking, what project finance is, if you were to write a definition for it, is it's a non-recourse loan structure for capital intensive infrastructure projects like regas facilities, where the project's assets, rights, and interests are held as collateral, and the project's cash flows are used as repayment. Next slide. So let's dig into that a little bit in more detail. What do each of those main characteristics mean? I realize that these slides are quite wordy. I will generally talk about them, but we will be providing the slides for your use afterwards. And so you may find the little notations helpful. So as I mentioned, the lenders are looking to the project itself. The project company in the middle of the screen, that yellow entity, that's going to be your borrower. And that project company, if it's getting construction financing for an LNG regasification facility, that project company owns no hard liquid assets at that time. They own a collection of permits, land use rights, particularly if it's an onshore facility. It owns some equipment contracts, some contracts whereby it may get delivered equipment if it pays money someday. And it has basically nothing else except sort of a promise, a collection of promises that if it pays money, a project will get built. And the lenders give it funds for that purpose in order to build, oftentimes providing up to 80% of the, possibly more, possibly up to 90%, but typically 80% of the project costs in debt. So they are taking a substantial risk on construction. If you see the sponsors, on the other hand, the sponsors, which typically put in about 20 to 50%, possibly as low as 10% of the upfront capital costs for these projects, they are putting in their equity to the project, but that's it. You don't see a line in this structure chart between the lenders and the equity capital, and that's because they're not guaranteeing the loans. And that's what they mean by limited recourse. So the project sponsors, they put in the equity they're supposed to put in when they're supposed to put it in. They may have a project completion guarantee or a cost overrun guarantee saying on a very limited basis, if there are cost overruns, they will put in more equity to the project. Beyond that, if this project never gets built, they walk away, and the lenders are without having a further hit to their balance sheet, and the lenders are sort of stuck holding the bag primarily. So that's what we mean by non-recourse, or sometimes you hear limited recourse, and that's, I think, a more accurate, an accurate portrayal. Next slide. So then assets held as collateral, I sort of talked about this a little bit. The project company, what does it own? Or what does it hold? It may hold real property, it may hold personal property. It has a bunch of permits and a bunch of contracts. It also has bank accounts. It will assign, mortgage, pledge, whatever the sort of term of art under the security laws, the secured transactions laws of the country are. It will sort of give those over as collateral to the lenders. What I mean by a collateral assignment for contractual rights is that it's an assignment to the lenders that that says that they can, if there's an event of default under the financing documents, if the project company is unable to pay its loans or breaches a covenant, and the lenders decide, you know what, we're going to exercise our remedies, we're going to step in, we want to sort of take over the project, we do not have faith in the project company anymore. That is sort of a trigger event under this assignment that then says, okay, lenders, it's time, you can step into the shoes of the project company under those contracts. Now, because those contracts are with other counterparties, whether it's an off-taker or a construction contractor, an operator, the lenders want to make sure that those counterparties know what's going on, know that these collateral assignments are taking place. They will honor those assignments if ever they have to take place. And sometimes that they will give the lenders additional rights to cure and things like that. So there will be agreements with those counterparties. And again, like I said, the project sponsors here, they may provide some limited completion guarantee. If they don't put their equity in at the beginning of the construction financing, they may guarantee that they'll put the equity in when it's required, but they are not guaranteeing the loan. So when you hear about project sponsors, you know, the big names, the Shells, the Totals, those big international players, oftentimes if they're project financing the project, you're not going to them if things go wrong. You're going, the lenders aren't going to them if things go wrong. The lenders are going to what comprises the project. So next slide, please. Oh, yes. So, oh, sorry, one back. Yep, the slides do look alike. I promise the words are different. So the last sort of characteristic of project finance is that the cash flows are used for repayment. So what that means, even prior to any loans being dispersed, is that the project lenders have to make sure that the financial model for the project checks out. So what that means is the borrower, the project company, asks the lenders for, let's call it $100 million loans for the capital investment for the project. The lenders have to make sure that with all the costs, fees, interests, the tenor of the loan, the length of the term of the repayment period, etc., that whatever revenue stream the project company has from its offtake contracts is sufficient to not only repay the debt over, you know, the course of the loan, but also to provide a reasonable return to the sponsors. And so that sort of calculation is done even prior to any funds leaving, any decision by the borrower or the lenders to loan to the project. If that checks out and the lenders decide the loans have closed, the lenders when in the construction period will disperse funds. This is step one, to the project company, and as well as any equity that hasn't been put into the project will be put into the project. Step two is sort of in the lower left. During construction, the project company or the borrower uses that money to pay its contractors to get the project built. When it completes the project and achieves what they call commercial operation, where it's operating, where all the glitches have been worked out, the project has been commissioned and tested and satisfied all the other conditions to COD, it is satisfying its obligations under its offtake contract. At that point in time, the offtaker starts paying the project company, and now there's money coming into the project. And this is where the cash flow is used for repayment comes in. I told you earlier that the collateral for the sole collateral for the project is the project itself. The lender's number one concern during a loan transaction, therefore, is to protect and preserve the collateral. That's the most important sort of mantra in a secured lending transaction. So because that's true, when money comes into the project, it first goes to pay the operator, to pay any permitting fees that there might be, to pay all the operating sort of O&M expenses, costs, anything else that needs to be paid in order for the project to continue operating, to continue generating money to repay the loans. So that's step four. Step five, then once we've paid all those expenses, we start paying the lenders back. And only after the lenders get repaid sort of on a periodic basis, their costs and their fees and interest and principal, they've filled any reserves just in case something goes wrong later on. And there are other conditions, usually a debt service coverage ratio, to make sure the project is going well and is expected to continue going well. Only after all of that is achieved do the equity sponsors ever sort of take a distribution. Next slide. This point is pretty important to kind of understand how these projects are financed. So I wanted to put this in another way in case people are visual learners. So this is an operational cash flow, what they call a waterfall for a project financed loan. So the tap at the top, the water tap, is the project revenues coming into the project. And as you can see, the first bucket is operation and maintenance expenses. And if you think about a waterfall in reality, they're very beautiful. And the cascade of the water falling through to the different levels is always a wonderful thing to look at. And the way that works, the way that becomes this beautiful sight, is that the water has to fill each pool above and spill over into the next bucket or the next pool. So here, if there is not enough money in a given period to pay the operation and maintenance expenses, the lenders do not get paid. Of course, sponsors don't get distributions, but they're sort of last in line anyway. And so at every step of the way, you have to fill the bucket above to be able to have funds down below. And so I've included the sort of typical levels, but of course, every transaction will be different. Everything I'm saying here is sort of generalizations and sort of common traits, just to sort of give you an idea of what these sponsors are dealing with. Next slide. So this is a really quick slide just to sort of reinforce the project finance versus corporate finance point. I think the main takeaway from this is that on the left side, or it may be your right side, the project finance side, the project company is the borrower, and the money comes in to the project lenders, provide the debt capital to that project company. and the project sponsors, there's no direct line between the lenders and the project sponsors at the sort of ultimate owners. On the corporate finance side, the project lenders are lending to the project sponsors, who then use all or a portion of those funds for the project. And that sort of gives you hopefully a visual sense of how the lenders look at the sponsors. In project finance, the sponsors are there, they're important, they have to put in their equity, they have to be trustworthy, they have to be sort of known commodities in the market, known players in the market. So because they're sort of ultimately standing behind this project and responsible for it getting done, and sort of contracting well, etc. But they're not really on the hook to a large degree for the loan, aside from the equity they put in. On the other side, the project lenders, because the sponsor is the borrower, they're looking at the sponsor. What does the sponsor have? They care less about the individual project. So really quickly, next slide. Why is the project finance popular among sponsors, and why do I think it'll continue even as the contractual market sort of changes? First of all, having to put up 100% of the project cost for a project versus having to put it 20%, that's attractive. Sponsors would rather sort of put up less money. It frees up the balance sheet for other projects. It sort of allows them to leverage their ability to operate in different markets, to diversify their sort of their plays in various markets, their ability to do different projects. It's also limited recourse. Like I said, if the project is not built, the sponsor is walking away, potentially with just a 20% of the project cost loss. And then the one last thing I would mention here is that there's a risk sharing element with lenders. And what I mean by that is because the lenders take so much of the risk on the construction side, they have a whole team of experts eyeing the financial model to make sure it checks out, eyeing all of the contracts, the permits, and they sort of serve as a second set of eyes to make sure that somebody else aside from the project sponsors believe that this project will get built on time, on schedule, etc. Of course, things happen, which we'll get to in a second, but it's project finance is often a way to sort of give that sort of extra diligence on a project. Next slide. So now let's talk about all those risks. So there is this is not a complete list of risks that LNG regasification projects or any sort of infrastructure projects face. And given sort of the liberalization of the market, both in terms of the power side and on the gas side, and sort of the private sector dominance in those markets, I will say that the primary risk areas where the Philippine government really sort of can affect things positively or negatively are sort of the last two. But we'll talk about each of these in turn, hopefully quickly. Next slide. So construction risk, we've already talked about this a lot. It is the riskiest period is in construction. So much can go wrong. Like I said, the revenue contracts may not, this is even before you would get the loans, your revenue contracts may not support the loans. You may not get the funding at all. And of course, there may be cost overruns. Delay risk, what's very important, and we'll get to the commercial structures in a second, but generally speaking, these projects, oftentimes projects, some infrastructure projects are built with a single EPC contractor who sort of does everything or subcontracts for it. A lot of times in LNG related projects, there's multiple contractors. It's a cheaper contracting strategy, but then you have multiple points of contact, multiple contractors having independent obligations to the owner to get things done in a certain order. And if there are delays in one, that can affect other contractors' work. And then to that point, there's interface risk when those contracts have to, those contractors have to coordinate with each other. That can be difficult if things go wrong. They often point the finger at each other. And then when we talk about some of the different structures, the commercial structures, that can raise what we call project on project risk, which I'll get to in a few minutes. And then when you're commissioning, when you're operating, if you have multiple contractors, multiple operators, they have to work together on achieve certain goals and objectives, and that just requires coordination. Next slide. LNG risks. I'm going to tick through these pretty quickly. I think you can imagine what these are. Oops, I'm sorry. Please go back real quick. I might have accidentally done that. Supply disruptions, basically anything up the value chain. If anything goes wrong, that could lead to an LNG supply disruption. I think Kenyon might have talked about boil-off risk. And then, of course, pricing risks. On the offtake side, you have demand risks, particularly if you don't have take-or-pay contracts. Transportation risks, something could go wrong in whether it's a virtual pipeline or a truck transport or regular pipeline, and pricing risks there. Next slide. Operational risks, again, these are sort of relatively easy to imagine what these are. Equipment fails, scheduling maintenance, basically certain of these units within a project or between projects, they need to oftentimes shut down for periods of time to do sort of major maintenance overhauls, and scheduling those at opportune times and to sort of take advantage of downtimes in other parts of the project to maybe sort of coordinate. That's a risk and can be difficult to manage. I don't know, parties may not perform or may not perform on time. Again, finger pointing risk where there's multiple contractors, etc. And then, of course, payment related risks are paramount, given that the project is the sole source of repayment for the loan. Again, this is related to payment risk, but a counterparty can become bankrupt or insolvent, not even as a result of its ability to pay this contract. There could be lawsuits or liabilities or other projects could go wrong for your counterparty that then affect its ability to pay under your offtake contracts. Next slide. Regulatory, these are the last two slides in this section. These are the two that sort of, for the government of the Philippines, these are where I think the relevant concerns are. So regulatory risk, as we know, the reason why we're all here is that the Philippine government is sort of codifying laws and regulations to support this new LNG import terminals and use cases. And the one risk that these sponsors that have already are looking at and have already entered the market will be that there are delays in passing the law, delays in promulgating regulations. So there'll be a lack of regulations, or that the regulations will end up being unclear. And I think that's sort of the onus for the project that GPDP2 is embarking on now, and the reason why CLDP is involved as well. There's also change in law risk always, and then permitting delays. The greater number of agencies involved, which is the case in the Philippines. There's a lot of agencies involved. There's a lot of permits involved. Streamlining that permitting process and avoiding delays is extremely important for sponsors. Because that can also cause cascading sort of contracting delays, as we talked about. Currency-related risks, I think these are self-explanatory. If your loans are in a hard currency and you may be getting paid under offtakes, under your revenue contracts in a local currency, exchange rate risk is there always. Some countries, I don't think this is an issue in the Philippines, but currency convertibility risk, there's sometimes regulations in place that limits the ability of sponsors to convert local currency into hard currency. And then country risk is self-explanatory. I think these are just a small selection of the various country risks that could arise. Next slide. And then I just wanted to spend a moment talking about ESG risks, environmental and social governance risks. I think Kenyon talked about ESG concerns of LNG and the energy transition. I think Susan mentioned it as well. I think Mohammed mentioned it as well. And I think there are many ESG risks, but I wanted to highlight some that sort of may come to the fore or may sort of have effects in coming years that the Philippine government should sort of think about. One, government policies or changes therein can impact the demand for gas. So two of these that I thought of, one of which I think the first of which is definitely relevant for the Philippines is in the sort of daily market for energy, sort of the real-time market for energy. If the dispatch rules in a jurisdiction favor resources with short-run marginal costs, then renewable energy is most likely going to win out over natural gas anytime. So that's just something to think about in the way that the markets are structured and how that might affect demand for gas in the power sector. Carbon pricing, I think, could go either way vis-a-vis coal. When you think about natural gas, if there's a carbon tax or some sort of carbon price on emissions from various fuel sources, natural gas likely wins against coal. Not so much against renewable energy. So those are just sort of ways that policies can sort of affect demand for gas. Financing may become more difficult or expensive. We have the Asian Development Bank came out with a new policy in May, I believe, of this year, and that is just an example of one sort of multilateral development bank that's sort of coming out with new policies. BNP Paribas is an example of one commercial bank that's coming out with a policy. Both of them, in the Asian Development Bank side, they did not say they would stop lending for LNG import terminals, but they did say that they would only lend to LNG import terminals if certain conditions are made. And I think, if I recall correctly, I think coal sort of showing evidence of coal substitution or sort of supplanting coal demand might be one of those conditions. On BNP Paribas side, they sort of said we're not going to lend to any LNG project or any LNG project at all that involves unconventional LNG. Also, project sponsors may be required to satisfy additional ESG related covenants, including perhaps offsets, reporting, et cetera. And to the extent that there are reports about emissions, maybe upstream emissions, things that they're having to show their lenders, it may be something that the Department of Energy or ERC or the other DENR might be interested to see as well. I know we talked about in the context of the law, information disclosures. So that's something to keep in mind. Obviously, public opposition to projects can be difficult and can grow sort of in as we move towards the energy transition. And then stranded assets, I wanted to touch upon. For those who aren't familiar with the term, stranded assets is basically a piece of infrastructure, a set of infrastructure that has to be retired or is no longer financially viable prior to the end of its useful life. So basically, what that means is if gas becomes not financially viable anymore, or at least for that project, the project would need to be sort of retired early. And again, that is helped by the revenue contracts sort of supporting the financial model. But again, changes in government policies and things like this do sort of have an effect on that. So it's just something to keep in mind. Next slide. So now we'll move into sort of the three kind of most common commercial structures, and I'll try to speed up to make up a little bit of time. So next slide. So when I mean commercial structures, what I mean is just the way in which the ownership structure is set up. So that's the main difference between each of these models. And I will say that these slides I thought were great. I took them from a international law firm's report, but they do assume that there's a FSRU in place, which may not be the case in the Philippines. And they do also sort of assume that there will be a separate gas aggregator or natural gas seller instead of just contracting with LNG suppliers. So that could be a model that projects take. Again, these are just generalizations, and I thought the slides were otherwise instructive. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at the slides later. So an integrated model, I call it the pure and simple model. And in these cases, I'm sort of, as Mohammed mentioned, I'm talking about the LNG for power, not necessarily to power, but the LNG for power case, use case. That's the sort of the anchor case for the market. That's what I'm talking about here. In the integrated model, the pure and simple model, it's easy. There's one set of shareholders. They own a single project company. That single project company owns both the LNG terminal, import terminal project, as well as the power project. There is one set of lenders, and all of those assets serve as collateral, and it's just a single project company. Next slide. This has both advantages and disadvantages. On the one hand, with a single set of owners of the project, and the project being sort of thought of as a single endeavor, it can be the equity holders are aligned in their interests. If something bad happens, or in order to make big decisions about the projects, the equity holders being the same have this their interests are aligned. Because all the entities are the same, working in concert on the same schedule with the same goal in mind, the project can be developed more quickly. You're signing your contracts more quickly. You're not waiting on third parties to go sign up their contracts. And then because there's only, again, one set of equity holders, and all the contracts are sort of aligned together because the same people were working on them, they can be financed more quickly and more efficiently and more cheaply. Again, it all sort of stems back from that same ownership, same project. Completion related interface issues. This means the contractors are kind of working aligned. There may be the same set of contractors for both of the projects, or both sets of contractors sort of are looking again at this as a single endeavor, an integrated project. On the other hand, if there's multiple terminal users that aren't affiliated with this group, that becomes more difficult to contract for. It becomes more difficult to sort of fit with the project finance model. Also, sponsors, individual sponsors at least, may not want to invest in both the regasification and the power generation. If you look back at sort of the players in the different segments of the LNG value chain, there aren't as many players that are on the sort of in the value chain up to regas as when you get past that to power. If you look back at that slide, you'll see that there are far fewer players that deal in the power generation sector. Now that is changing, as Mohammed said. People are always innovating, looking for more use cases. If it's seen as being more economic, or it gets the deal done for players to get into power generation, they may enter a consortium with utilities. But it can be a factor. This is not the case in the Philippines, at least per the draft laws that we've seen, but the integrated model may not be allowed in certain regulatory regimes, especially when third-party access is being sort of pushed as the exclusive model. And because you're sort of contracting away some of the risks to the contractors in terms of like making these two distinct projects fit together, you tend to have to pay for that. So the project costs tend to be higher. Next slide, please. so the tolling model you might hear, or you might hear standalone model. I like to call it the project on project risk model. So you see a sort of a purple box and an orange box in this chart. This shows two separate and distinct projects with two separate and distinct groups of equity holders. So you have a terminal company and this is again sort of a tolling case where the power company contracts for the gas itself, and the terminal company is providing tolling services. So the power company contracts with the terminal company for the tolling, but otherwise they're separate. They're just arm's length separate contractual counterparties. Now, if both of these projects are new construction, you might be able to just imagine some of the issues that might arise here. I will talk about that now. We call that project on project risk. So the power company has an offtake agreement with an offtaker, and they've promised the offtaker, I will get you this project done by X date. And if I don't, I will pay you damages. We call them liquidated damages for each day I'm delayed. And if it goes beyond a later date, you may be able to terminate the contract. And that's their deal with their offtaker. The terminal company with their, with their LNG supplier, or that's not in the tolling case, but the terminal company with its EPC contractors may have a situation where they'll know the deadlines that the power company needs, but they tell the EPC contractors, we need you to finish the facility by X date, and if you don't, you have to pay us liquidated damages. That then we are going to give to the power company, because now, or the power plant owner, because we owe them. And that's all fine and well, but the issue there is the terminal company, they don't care that there's a separate project there. They're not thinking about it as part of their total project. So what they say to the terminal company is, sure, we'll pay you delay liquidated damages, but we will only pay you those damages based on the value of our contract. When really the full measure of the damages may be something much higher, sort of based on the value of the contracts as a whole, sort of as the project as a whole. And so it becomes sort of a difficult negotiation, and oftentimes there's just this risk that compounding delays on either side will just sort of put the terminal company and the project company at loggerheads. And so that's sort of what we talk about when we talk about project on project risk. Next slide. So we talked about some of the difficulties with the tolling method or the standalone method structure, but it does allow for when there is a separate ownership of the terminal company of the LNG terminal. It allows that terminal owner group to have multiple off-takers, and having multiple off-takers, as Mohammed talked about, maybe in the SSLNG case, some bunkering or some other use cases, it provides diversified revenue stream, which is great for the project. Project costs tend to be lower, again, because the owners are assuming more of the risks. And as a result, less equity capital may be needed for the terminal co-investors, and different investors just have different risk appetites. Some developers just are confident in their ability to manage those project on project risks and would rather have the lower project costs as a result. So that's sort of the standalone structure. And then the final. Next slide. The final structure is what I call the hybrid model, or there's other, you could call it a disaggregated or gas hub model as well. But here you sort of have the advantages of both the integrated one project pure and simple model and the tolling model, sort of the ability to have multiple users. You have one group of project owners, but they build the project through two different companies. You have a separate entity that owns the terminal and a separate entity that owns the power company, but they're owned by the same upstream owners. This allows the lenders to the owners to go to the lenders and pitch the project as a single project. It gets rid of or alleviates a lot of that project and project risk, because everybody is thinking of this as one project, but it's owned by two separate legal entities. And what this, so it sort of solves a lot of the problems that the tolling model had, but still allows a little bit for that to be achieved. Next slide. So one issue, and this is sort of just a disadvantage of models where there are multiple users, there are increased risks of commingling. If different users require different specs, the commingling of the gas requires coordination to make sure that doesn't happen, or that it can be that the gas can be sort of brought to spec, as well as if storage is limited, particularly in a lot of floating structure, technological structures, you have to sort of manage storage rights and how each party gets those. And that sort of issue is not solved from the tolling structure when you talk about the hybrid structure. Next slide, please. This was taken from an recent article or report from May 2021. This is should be a current listing of the entities in the Philippines that have applied for at least the notice to proceed so far. And this sort of shows you which structure each is. So when thinking about these projects, you can sort of refer back to the slides and kind of put the right mindset on whether it's a standalone or tolling model or an integrated project. Next slide. So finally, and again, I will talk about these from a high level perspective. I am not an engineer, but I wanted to just tick through the technological structures and how those differences kind of affect the projects as well. Next slide. So the first technological structure is the onshore regas terminal structure. As you see, the LNG carrier pulls up to the jetty and moors at the jetty, delivers liquefied natural gas to the onshore facilities, to the storage tank, and then to the vaporizer for regasification, and then the natural gas is sent out. And all of that storage and regasification takes place onshore. Versus, next slide. There are two sort of primary floating structures. The sort of more common floating structure, or maybe sort of older, more traditional, so far as a 10-year-old technology can be traditional, is the FSRU, or the floating storage and regasification unit. And in that case, you have the terminal, the LNG carrier that moors to the FSRU. The FSRU is a floating vessel that contains both the storage and the regasification technologies. And again, just the same as, sorry, not the same. The difference is what it sends onshore is natural gas rather than liquefied natural gas. So once the fuel leaves the FSRU, it is natural gas, as opposed to the floating storage unit offshore terminal structure, which is, it seems to me to be a little bit newer, although certainly commercially available, where this is where the floating vessel is simply a storage vessel, and the regasification unit is set on the jetty. It's still all offshore, and in this case, natural gas is what comes onshore from through the pipeline on the jetty, but the regasification itself is not on the floating structure. So next slide. I think the main thing to kind of think about or to take into account when you think about these different structures and is how it sort of affects their capital costs, development timelines, capacity, time horizon, just sort of thinking about how they fit into the mix and how they might serve the market in the Philippines. So when you talk about upfront capital costs and development timeline, of course, the floating structures are going to be sort of relatively cheaper, still very capital intensive, and relatively quicker to bring online. I have the development timelines here for the FSU offshore, FSRU, and onshore, and you can see quite a difference in the time it takes to develop. Commercial flexibility, this just means sort of the redeployability of the assets. The onshore, everything is sort of fixed to the land. It's not easily moved once it's there. But on the other hand, so on those metrics, it sounds as though the floating structures are sort of more beneficial. But on the other hand, storage capacity is limited on those. You're sort of, whether it's the FSU offshore or the FSRU model, the storage is limited to the size of the tanker. Or to the floating structure. On onshore, provided there's space, the tanks can be bigger, and you may have space to sort of add storage capacity over time. And with more storage capacity, your send-out capacity also increases. And then onshore terminals are thought to be have a longer time horizon than onshore, so they're more of a permanent solution, or permanent in terms of infrastructure anyway. They have a longer useful life. Next slide. So I will skip this in the interest of time, small scale LNG, because Mohammed talked much more eloquently and at great length about it. So I'll go to the next slide. And finally, this is the same chart as before, but it just sort of gives you a sense of which projects are onshore, which projects are have an offshore structure. And it looks like to me for the Philippines that the FSRU structure was the prevailing floating structure. But that just sort of helps you put things in context when thinking about these issues. Next slide. That's it. So we're here to answer questions. Again, if we cannot answer the questions, if some of the questions may fall outside sort of our wheelhouse, or may be difficult to answer on the fly. So if that's the case, we will try to get back to you with either answers or resources that might help.
Thank you very much, Ms. Logan, for the informative presentation. So we will now be having our Q&A for the last two presentations. Again, you may post your questions in the chat box or press the raise hand icon. So let's go first to the questions in our chat box. So from Mr. Don Honor B. Jacob from the DOE, and it is directed to any of our experts. The question is, to make small-scale LNG project feasible, clustering may be considered, say 5 or 10 small-scale or satellite LNG storage and regasification or import terminals located in different locations in a country. Is this a common practice in other countries?
Sorry, I was just saying, I'm happy to take a crack at this. And then I actually would appreciate Sue's thought on this as well. So the idea of clustering of small scale services is a good one. I will tell you that what you see in the United States is this happens naturally It wasn't by design. It wasn't required by our regulator. It wasn't mandated for any reason. But a lot of these services, a lot of the companies that are experimenting in the small scale space are located in ports, Louisiana, Florida, and actually Los Angeles as well. Los Angeles Long Beach, which is a major port. And they're located alongside existing bunkering facilities, storage facilities, or LNG terminals. The point there being, and Sue, I'd appreciate your comments on this too, is that the small scale uses for LNG, the use cases, whether it's containerized, whether it's in a truck, whether it's for ship fueling, are additional economic activities in the marketplace. Another way to say that is the companies that are investing in the primary LNG infrastructure, the terminal, maybe if it's integrated project, as Sue was talking about, the power station, are not also conducting small scale operations. Because to do so would be taking on a lot of risk, right? They're already spending so much money on building the primary infrastructure, securing their primary customers, for example, the off-takers for power, et cetera, that they're not oftentimes, they don't have the risk appetite to start a new line of business. And if anything, their lenders, their investors may be suspicious of spending even more money on a less predictable and a less certain revenue flow. It's smaller companies. Let me be very clear that the companies that are doing small scale LNG are independent of the large LNG operators. They're smaller companies that at a smaller scale have a few customers, maybe a few island delivery points, and they're using their own technology, containerized, truck-based, to deliver to those customers. It's not an extension of the main projects. It's a separate, smaller project. And Sue, just I was going to ask you that because I think you made a very good point about if you're designing a regulatory system, it would be very difficult to mandate that large operators also conduct small scale operation. That's more money they have to spend, right? And I think in the financial structure you described, that would be challenging. And so you should imagine a marketplace where the clustering, the question, going back to the question, is something that's going to happen naturally. You may not even need to mandate it. Those small operators, I think, are going to cluster near the large structures. But I think, Sue, you'd agree that it's going to be hard to see an integrated project that has the terminal, maybe a power station, and small scale added on. That would be asking for a lot of risk for an investor.
I agree. I think where I could see this being the case, well, two issues, two things where it could be the case, where you have an a project that's integrated to start, but it's that third hybrid model where the project owners, they sort of they own both the power project and the terminal project in different entities. That does allow for multiple other off-takers. So what you could do on the sort of, we'll talk about from the kind of anchor project segment, the projects that have power element to them. If the project was a hybrid model or a tolling model, you could see the kind of under the potential regulatory structure that we see in the Philippines, have a portion of the facility designated for third-party use. You could see that develop for additional excess capacity, and that option, that flexibility under the regulations is, or the proposed laws, it would be great in order to foster that development. However, I think when you talk about the question, clustering, where I think the question was to have 5 or 10 small scale or satellite LNG regas terminals located in different locations in the country. That I see as a totally different segment, potentially not even tied to power at all. I don't know that I don't know that this has happened anywhere to date, but what I would think would need to happen is that there would need to be a developer that was that was sort of a known commodity, very well versed in SSLNG projects, whether that's in other island nations or like the Caribbean, for example. I think Mohammed mentioned there's a lot of action in sort of SSLNG there, or in Indonesia, or somewhere where there SSLNG is already sort of a stronger market, not a new market, and that the developer sort of knows its way around SSLNG and what it takes. Then, provided there's a developer that can do that, then you have to sort of, you could, once there is a robust enough, so that's the developer. Now you look at the market. Is there a robust enough market developed for SSLNG in these 5 to 10 locations? Is there are there off-takers available? Do they have the contracts for that? Or is there sort of a spot market that's developed enough that that the lenders can rely on? And frankly, even if it's not project financed, that equity sponsors would take a risk on. You know, there has to be that market there for the gas in those places, whether it's power, whether it's transport, whatever the case it may be. There's got to be a market in those isolated places. You've got to be, the lenders or sponsors would have to be somewhat assured, lenders more so assured because they're taking more risk, that you know, those revenues are stable and that they sort of can support the cost to build these facilities. And if you can do all that, which I don't think we're there yet, at least not initially in the Philippines for sure, maybe not anywhere yet. But if you can sort of come up with that, I see no reason why a lender would not be able to devise a sort of portfolio structure. Because I focused on singular projects, but project finance lenders can also develop to portfolio structures, or they can have structures where they'll start with a project financing of a single SSLNG project, and they may have what they call an accordion feature, that if these SSLNG projects are kind of replicable easily, they're sort of copycat projects that you just put here and put there, and it doesn't take a lot of time. They can sort of come up with a set of conditions that says, okay, here's your X millions of dollars for the first project. If you get that done, things are going well, you've got a second project, come back to us, satisfy these conditions, here's some more money. And so those types of projects, that I've seen that structure with solar projects, with sort of smaller scale solar projects in the States and elsewhere. And so could it be done? Yes. Do I think it is feasible in the next, in the near term, we'll say, or maybe even in the midterm, depending on how things go? Maybe not, but it's definitely, as long as the conditions that I talked about with the developer and the market are there, and the principles for project financing otherwise apply, I think you could find lenders that would work with a client on that.
And actually, so
sorry, that was very long-winded.
No, because you actually raised a really good point, and I forgot to mention this before. You mentioned how there's a diversity of structures for the financing of the terminal, tolling, semi-integrated, whatever, totally integrated project. The reality is that for these small scale projects, they're almost exclusively integrated projects. Let me make that clear. Almost exclusively those companies that are doing small scale deployments where they're, for example, installing a gas turbine on a remote location and supplying LNG to it. It's usually the same company that owns that power facility and is contracting to supply the LNG. In other words, if you're the local government on that island space, you're paying one price, you're paying for the electricity, but wrapped into that price is the cost for supplying that LNG. What that means is that local governments are not going out and shopping for LNG suppliers. It's usually an integrated project for those remote locations. So I think, Sue, your point's a good one. These larger projects may have different structures, but these smaller projects are almost exclusively on an integrated basis at this point. There's not like a multiple suppliers to fill your LNG tank that you have. You're usually purchasing the tank, the turbine, and the supply all at one price, wrapped up into one integrated project cost at the end of the day.
And actually then, in that case, if a single developer had, a package of 5 projects, and they were, again, a developer who was well versed in these technologies and had experience in this, and they had 5 or 10 PPAs with municipalities, sure, then maybe you get there. A portfolio structure might work, that because the integrated nature, as we said, was sort of the pure and simple model. So that would help sort of facilitate towards a financing of that nature.
Agreed.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. This is Director Abad from the Department of Energy. And I would like to specifically say hi to Mohammed and Sue. Nice hearing from you again. Mohammed and Sue actually helped us a lot in designing our natural gas bill, and it came out as a well thought, well agreed, and based on lots of comments, especially from Mohammed and Sue. And we've learned a lot in that experience in drafting and finalizing the natural gas bill of the Philippines, especially on the Senate version. And I know for a fact that Mohammed and Sue are really aware of what's happening in the Philippines. And vis-a-vis this approval for the funding of the Gas Policy Development Program. In fact, when we finished the output for the Gas Policy Development Program #1, it was intended at that time to provide a mapping of how difficult the regulatory framework is in the Philippines. And I could remember at that time that there was a mention of around 137 permits that an applicant or a proponent would undergo before complying all of these permits, most particularly in the LNG project. Now, the reason thereof that we proceeded to Gas Policy Development Program 2 is #1, in the ranking of the priorities, we have accomplished the Nat Gas bill. But really I would call it the tsunami of difficulties is yet to come. That's why there's this Gas Policy Development Program that we're really thankful from the US government, because this gives us the opportunity to anticipate how to address this tsunami of problems that's about to come to us, born out of the requirements of this natural gas bill, which may come into law, if not this year, then at the soonest possible time, maybe next year. So here's the story behind the way we are addressing the urgency. We have the bill, but inside the bill are the requirements, #1, to address the standards. So that's the very basic requirements that is required in the law, in the bill. What are the standards? The second is addressing the third-party access code. We are given time frame to have this code established. And #3 on the side of the DOE is how to manage the applications for well, in this case, notice to proceed, whatever will be the ultimate design. Maybe it's a license or a permit. Well, the permit is mentioned in the law, in the bill. So in light of these things, really in my mind, the urgency of this Gas Policy Development Program now is how to establish the standards. That's the priority #1. After we made this bill. The second is how do we establish the third-party access code? And the third part is how do we evaluate project proposals, whether they are worthy as a proposal or not, subject to the approval and issuance of the permit. So in light of this, Mohammed and Mamsu, our concern really in going to this second gas policy development program is for us to be guided what standards should be applied. Second, what criteria should we consider when we approve applications? And the third, of course, is how do we design the third-party access code? So in light of that, my question really is, in the near future of this gas policy development program, we will be expecting much of the help again. And I'm really sorry to tell you this, but you are really our guide. We really need some kind of guide on how to finalize the list, probably the list and description of what standards will be applicable for the FSRU, for the onshore, for the jetty, for the tanks. So, and the second part is how do we identify projects that should be qualified and projects that should not be qualified, and will just end up being a project in paper. So these are my concerns. I'm not going to ask any question, but I'm just trying to emphasize that's really our challenge after this law. After this not gas bill becomes a law, and the time frames are really tight. You know that Mamsu and Mohammed, they're really tight in the law. We're given 6 months to issue the implementing rules. We're given 1 year to issue the I think 6 months also to issue the standards, and 1 year to issue the third-party access code. Actually, in the end, this gas policy, I would really love this gas policy development program directed to those concerns. So I'm just waiting also from from our partner at the UP to really go into to these things, because in all honesty, these are really what's keeping us awake at night. Really, the truth is these are really the main concerns and should be the one addressed in the gas policy development program part 2. And in the end, the objective of having these standards will surely redound to the, I think, rationalization of that 137 plus, more or less, permits. Because once we understand the standards, we will surely identify the proper regulatory framework that we should issue, and that might, in my opinion, really it will cause the streamlining of the permitting, because now agencies understands what are the appropriate permits, what are the appropriate standards that should be required in a particular stage of the project. And I believe that the bottom line effect will be to streamline the processing, the issuance of the permits, and the number of permits. And that will redound to the benefit, of course, of enticing our investors in this LNG regasification projects to come to the Philippines because of this very now logical and very responsive regulatory frameworks. So I think that's my takeaway from all plans of the GPDP in the coming months for any training that that will be planned in the coming months.
Professor Sakmar is raising her hand.
Well, I was just going to comment, and first of all, I don't know what any of the regulations provide, but I was going to I guess just mention how the U.S. approached some of these concerns which is we have the Department of Energy who regulates the import and export of the commodity. So it's a stepped approach. So for example, if you were wanting to import into the US, you would go to the Department of Energy, request a license to import, and those were granted very freely, right? Because if you need to import, those shouldn't be very hard to obtain. And then the more difficult approach was with the FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, who guides the technical standards. And how we handled some of the concerns you raised in the US, you know, as a government, and our US government will often say, we don't want to pick winners and losers, right? The government doesn't want to pick which projects may or may not succeed. So it lets the marketplace do that. And how it worked out in the US is, you know, getting the export or the import approval for the commodity is fairly easy. The hard part comes when you're trying to design the project. And what weeded out projects was it was very expensive to obtain all the permits and licenses. So if you didn't have a really viable project, that expense tended to weed out the less desirable projects, so that government never had to make that decision. The decision was made by the marketplace. And I don't know where the Philippines is in that process, that regulatory process, whether or not you have a framework like that or not. So I just wanted to mention how it worked in the US.
I'll
Thank
also
you,
say that,
Susan.
oh,
That was a very straight regulatory jurisdiction description. At this point in time, what I can say is that it will redound to more or less two important agencies, which is the Department of Energy of the Philippines and the ERC for the pricing and transmission requirements, but on the regasification, that will be Department of Energy. But as you mentioned, where we are at in terms of the technical standards, we are in fact in need of support in finalizing the applicable standards. And you mentioned about weeding out the unworthy applicants. I think it also comes from the strength of your and clarity of your regulatory framework. That's why you are able to do that, because you have a very clear and a very strong regulatory framework, and most of those frameworks are includes or embodied with it are the standards, the technical standards, and that's what the challenges are for the Philippines right now.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, I understand. And one thing we have, you know, our standards, I suppose, are clear, but it's also quite complex. And one thing that we have in the United States that most other countries do not have is sort of an army of lawyers and consultants that help companies do this. Right. And most other countries don't have that outside of Western Europe. So there's plenty of consultants that help companies along the way in the entire process.
I will also say, Director Abad, that we are in the process of putting together with some of our colleagues from FERC and the U.S. Coast Guard and the Department of Transportation and some of the various LNG related sub-agencies within the Department of Transportation to put together an initial sort of similarly timed sort of introductory presentations that hopefully that will be within the coming weeks. I'm just trying to get it's several agencies, so we're trying to schedule that, but that will sort of start to get at some of these questions on the regulatory side and present the structure, and it may help the DOE and other agencies to kind of drill down on what exact areas within sort of the regulatory framework or even within standards, the standards developments, what are the exact questions? Where do we need to drill down further? So that might be helpful. We are also trying to put together sort of more of a technical introductory workshop that will try to get at some of the technical standards and what is current best practices and in the sort of general marketplace. So those two, I think, will kind of get more. This initial presentation was meant to sort of ground everyone in the context of the market, the economics, the history, and just sort of give everyone the right sort of headset or mindset when going into the regulatory project. And the next two webinars that CLDP at least will be involved in will sort of start to delve into that. And I think the intention behind these introductory workshops, if I'm not mistaken, with GPDP2 was to sort of identify lines of additional work that need to be done. As you mentioned, it sort of seems like we have at least 3 sort of core areas to really focus on, and also to sort of raise questions and sort of whether it's GPDP2 itself, whether it's CLEP or others within the U.S. government, how we can sort of step in and lend a hand and sort of share knowledge in that regard. So I think that is the intent, but I will let my GPDP2 colleagues step in and correct everything I've misstated.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Sue.
So in the interest of time, we can accommodate only 2 more questions, and we will read questions from our chat box. So we have here a question from Mr. Paul Rogers of GPDP. The question is, LNG as fuel for fuel cells would be a great development, as fuel cells operate more efficiently than internal combustion engines and would likely find applications in the transportation sector, even in the maritime sector. Do you have any updates, insights, and reference materials on this technology, particularly the LNG as fuel for fuels?
So I was going to say, in the interest of time, we're happy to follow up with that information. We do have examples in the States. We have, I'd say a lot of it is emerging technology, but we're happy to share some of the reports from our national laboratories here in the US. And so happy to share that afterwards.
All right, thank you. The next question is from Mr. Ronald of DOE. The question is, in view of exploration and productions and/or liquefaction projects in the US, how much is the share of US government as percentage of the net revenue from LNG sale and exportation? Is there a policy on the net revenue, like 40% states share, 60% contractor or developer share? Sure. So it is directed to any of our experts, I think.
If I understand, just to restate the question, I think I am probably not the best suited to answer it, but to restate it, it sounds like the question is trying to understand the what the fiscal regime is for the U.S. government with respect to LNG exports. Is that, if that sounds right to the other speakers? I don't know if Mohammed, Susan, or Kenyon may be able to speak to this.
Yeah, I mean, the answer is quite simple. We don't have a fiscal regime where the government takes a share of export revenues. We do have a fiscal regime applicable to the production of gas that's on federal land, but it's worth pointing out that a majority of gas production in the US happens on private land with virtually no government no government revenue sharing whatsoever, apart from the normal tax payment one pays on their corporate revenues. But Kenyon, I'm happy to defer to you on that one.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. There's typically a 12.5% royalty where it's coming out of federal lands, but if it's coming out of private lands, then the royalty goes to the private landowner, and then the company pays taxes on the profits. And that's really the fiscal regime. One other note is there's no uh, domestic supply requirement, you could say. Although, as Susan pointed out, until recently, there was not really an ability to get an export license for LNG. Now, of course, there wasn't the natural gas to export until recently. But so that's really the regime.
All right, thank you. I think a colleague from DOE, Miss Laura Sagin, is raising her hand. Ma'am.
Good afternoon. My question is about the supply of LNG, where it comes from different sources and it will be also subject to political conditions of the country where it will be sourced. So my question, how long can you stockpile an LNG considering that its characteristic being a cryogenic with a cryogenic temperature? The duration on how long you can stockpile, like oil. There are countries who are already stockpiling in case of emergency or in terms of security for the supply of the country, considering that we will be importing in the future LNG. So how long we can stockpile LNG because it's gaseous and it's LNG being cryogenic, or uh, because if you regas, then it will take a lot of storage capacity rather than in a LNG form, or it's still compressed. So there will be lesser capacity to be required if it will be in LNG form. Because I remember in Korea, they are stockpiling LNG, but it's too expensive because they still have to use refrigeration to maintain the cryogenic temperature of the LNG. So in the experience of the US, are you stockpiling or just uh, LNG, or just regas it and transport it into the pipeline, or uh, store it in a storage facility in a gaseous form?
I can try to answer that. I think there are a lot of places where natural gas is stored underground.
Yes.
So that's one option, which if you have it, you use that. You're right about storage. When it's stored cryogenically, then you need to maintain it, or of course you have it boil off gas, and that increases the pressure. You have to let it go. That it doesn't work. I will finish by saying that one of the big challenges in the United States is that the natural gas is simply being flared at the wellhead instead of being transported to markets. And the reason for that is that it's two reasons. One, the government, the state of Texas, which oversees the production of oil and gas in the state of Texas, they basically will grant a permit to flare. It should be an exception. It's instead a rule. You can flare it, and it's very, and that's that. But the reason why it's being flared also is that the pipelines to bring it from the wellhead to markets, whether domestic, cities in the United States, or export markets, aren't built. They aren't, of course, being built. That's the problem, because the natural gas is being flared, and they're just trying to get the oil out of the ground. So that's a way of saying that one of the big problems these days is actually with natural gas that could go to new markets, but instead is not going.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just quickly add, I just want to, just to be very clear, there's a mention in that question about the examples in Korea. To emphasize Kenyon's point, LNG is not a storage technology. It is not a gas storage technology. It is a gas transportation technology. It's converting the gas into a form where it can be easily transported. I believe, and Susan, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe even in Korea, the longest that they will hold LNG in its cryogenic form in a tank and not on a ship is something like in days, 5 to 10 days, if I understand correctly.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I think the question, as I understood it, is you're wondering about LNG storage, right? And so I don't know if there's any limit. I don't think there is any limit to how long you can store LNG, so long as you keep it in a cryogenic state. Europe has a lot of LNG storage. And so you see Europe buying up a lot of LNG. And as you said, stockpiling LNG when prices are low. And then they'll use it, during the however long they need it. So I don't think there's a real limit to how long you can store LNG, other than there's an expense involved in letting it just sit in the tank. But if you buy it and store it when prices are low, which is what Europe does and Korea does, it's a good arbitrage opportunity, and also an energy security issue. Now, the US doesn't by and large store LNG, other than that we have peak shaver facilities, which are small little LNG facilities. So we do have LNG in those facilities. But most of our gas storage in the United States is underground storage.
So Susan, that's helpful, because my understanding is that even the storage in Europe is underground, non-cryogenic storage. They're importing LNG, immediately gasifying it and storing it in underground salt caverns.
That could be. So I don't know all the details. I know they have huge import capacity, so they certainly could store it in cryogenic form, but maybe it's just cheaper to regasify it and then store it underground. And it may vary by location, right? Like Ukraine has a whole lot of storage. So maybe it may vary by location.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, so thank you all for your questions. Again, for those whose questions have not been answered, we will be taking note of them and we'll send your expert's response after the training. So to close today's training, may we now call on Assistant Director Rodela Romero of the Department of Energy, Oil Industry Management Bureau to deliver her remarks.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Angelou. I'm so eager to listen more to their inquiries and clarification. Anyway, good afternoon and congratulations to everyone for completing this 4-hour training on the economic, financial, and legal aspects of LNG projects. We have to adapt to a new normal situation that everything is done virtually. But I hope that the learning would not stop here, but rather we encourage you to sustain your interest by sending your insights and clarification, if any, to our LNG expert. In fact, if you will notice, they send their contact numbers on how to communicate your inquiries to them every time they finish their presentation. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of similar or related trainings for the Philippines as we pursue the development of the country's LNG industry. As a regulators of this growing energy subsector, there are still myriads of aspects for us to discover and study in order for us to develop or to update appropriate policy intervention. To date, the Philippine downstream natural gas regulation serves as our Bible for this industry. Establishing a robust and dynamic LNG industry in the country is a collaborative effort of the government and the private sectors. The DOE cannot do it alone. I just want to highlight that we cannot do it alone. So we need all the support that can be extended for the industry to flourish. We will not reinvent the wheel anymore because there are best practices around the world that can be replicated as presented earlier. But the expertise and competencies should be established. I am optimistic that with your continued support and collaboration, we will become capable and efficient regulators and policymakers, which is a solid foundation to developing the LNG industry. In behalf of the Department of Energy, particularly the Oil Industry Management Bureau, our bureau headed by Director Rino, allow me to express our appreciation to GPDP2, the U.S. Department of State, the Commercial Law Development Program, for helping us organize this morning's training. We likewise thank our esteemed resource speaker. I hope you will come again or join in our future endeavors for this kind of training, for taking their time to share their expertise and experiences to the participants from various government agencies. We learn a lot from your exchanges of views and discussion, as I heard earlier. Let me close by sharing a quote that say, "When the world is silent, even one voice becomes powerful. But the world is not silent in the LNG industry. They shout it." Again, on behalf of the Department of Energy, thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you very much, Assistant Director Romero, for your inspiring message.
Thanks.
So before we conclude the training, may we please request our speakers and participants to open their cameras for a quick group photo. Again, let's all turn our cameras and flash our beautiful smiles for our group photo. Everyone ready? All right. 3, 2, 1, smile. For the second, 3, 2, 1, smile. All right. Thank you very much. We would like to inform you that we have posted the link to a short evaluation regarding today's training here in our chat. I'll send it right now. All right. So we hope you can take time to answer it. We would greatly appreciate your feedback. So that concludes our training. We once again thank our resource speakers and all our US colleagues who joined us today despite the time difference. We likewise thank all the agencies and government units for your active participation, and we look forward to working with you and seeing you in GPDP's future activities. Have a nice afternoon and evening, everyone. Stay safe.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sue.
Thank you.
Thank you po.